echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one, yeah, that will show the proof. Become the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their minds. Become an agent of the Logos. Become an agent of the Logos. We are the agents of the Logos.
We are live. Welcome everybody. It is Tuesday, which means it's Logic Night, but I think they're all going to be Logic Nights from now on. Mainly what we go over now from now on is exposing the sophistry of the well, just everywhere. I think if you were to break things down, you could catch anybody within a fallacy just with general talk. It seems that way, that normal talk has placed within it fallacious things that people say and are allowed to get away from within the compartmentalization of how all of this deals with it, or deals with itself, that you get wrapped up within this compartmentalization of different things, and more often than not they're contradictory, hence the need for compartmentalizing these ideas. Now, we have, and I'm guessing everybody here that's listening to us as well, in the middle of an arena where this contradictions are being hidden daily within conversations. The circular arguments and all of that sort of stuff have been going round and round. We've had a fair few conversations about certain things, whereas they're coming to light now by the blue marble scientists. Now, I'm not too sure about the who the blue marble scientists are, because they all seem to act individually. They have a common goal, the monad, their faith within. I call it a model, but it's not really a model anymore. It's gone beyond a model. You can't worship at the altar of a model. Doesn't make any sense. Like nobody would cling to a model so vigorously. There has to be something more than that involved, and that's where we're at the minute now. Today, in a bit, we're going to be going over a conversation where flat Earth math came over on Friday. Now, this is a long, ongoing series of conversations that we're going to be having that I think we should have been having. Well, we've discussed all of this within this Discord server. We've discussed all of these things quite thoroughly, and we've been asking people to come and have these conversations. Now, these conversations are going to be really awkward. They're going to be the most challenging things you've ever had to deal with, because it goes to the very essence of understanding. And well, I'm guessing it's going to be, people are going to say it's highly religious. It's looking at things that, you know, have already been decided. But I mean, I don't think they have. Really don't. Think there's certain types of conversations that you can only have with certain people, and most of the people that we have, the blue marble scientists that come here, I think they come here to avoid the conversations that they should be having, and they come to I don't know. I don't really know. It gets really awkward to. I don't really have the words to explain all of this sort of stuff, but hoping that rhetoric and through training within the trivium, the words might come. A few of them have been given to us. Logos has helped us out with a few words, but if anybody doesn't understand what we're saying or can't really keep up, then either come into the Discord and engage in conversation, or let us know, you know, where you're missing it. It may sound a little bit strange, and I struggle to explain this myself. I'm not cut out to be this sort of a person. I don't think so anyway. I wasn't meant to be, but I was brought into this arena. Like everybody in here has their own story, and they're all in here for different reasons. I think most of the blue marble scientists and that sort of thing, they're also in this for their own reasons.
What I would say, if I can add in, what I would say is that I think where we are now is we're at a much higher level, shall we say, of conversation than the ones that some people seem to want to have. And while those conversations are all fine, i.e., you know, if you think there's a shape to the earth or some nonsense like that, we'll have those conversations, right? We certainly have proofs, there's geometric proofs, but I think now the idea is that the conversations have gotten so crazy, and the, I guess what I would term, and Bev said it already, the religious connotations of the people that come around here not just on the blue marble science, broader, not blue marble science, the dude, broader blue marble science aspect, but also in other aspects. We've talked about, certain people that don't like when Bev says you can do fuck all with an angle. Um, those people. Um, it's interesting. They share some similarities when it comes to what we would consider kind of a religious theme. Um, Not letting go of what they call a model. I think Bev said it perfectly, right? That it's not really a model, because if you just have a model, right? Think about a model, even if it's like an old car or a battleship model that you might have. Well, this is what I think it is. Not the real thing, but it's all right. It wouldn't really bother me that much anyway if it was different than this. That's not it, because it bothers a lot of people that it might be different than what they claim it might be. And the it is the monad for them. It is their god, because that is what they cling to. That is all they talk about. That is why they're in all these Discord servers all of the time, many of them for hours upon hours and days upon days at a time. It's getting into that aspect of the conversation, if you want to call it that. I call it the human psyche or the human behavior that we're into now, because it's broader than just this particular subject, right? This particular little arena. It expands to everything that goes on in society today. Pick your poison, right? Talk about the nastiness of the last 3 years. Talk about politics. Talk about other religions. Talk about pick any topic you want. These same types of psychological things and conversations and clinging to certain things with no evidence or proofs behind it happens every day. So you need to prepare yourself. I would think you'd want to. So that I think that I second Bev's motion. If you don't understand these kinds of things, come on in. Let's talk about it. Pick a topic. Doesn't have to be this particular topic, this arena, the blue marble scientists or whatever. Could be anything. Come on in. That's all. I'll get off my soapbox now.
Thank you. Like I say, I'm not. I'm learning the rhetoric. I'm not a wordy person. Never really was, and this is. I've sort of trained myself to be able to do this, or I've been trained through conversation with certain people to be here. And the fact that we are still here just proves how interesting this particular group of people are to me, because it's not the argument that keeps me here. The arguments have been sorted. Well, let me say not the argument. The forming the arguments is part of the logos. That's the idea of the group of people that we are here, and learning the logic comes together to form the argument. But it's not that argument that I'm here for. I'm here for the people, and also to try and learn why there are people within this arena still. Because we've been here for a few years, and there have been people come and go, a lot of different people. So I'm interested in why there are people in this arena still after this long, why they're still here, why they came here in the first place. Mainly why they're still here, and what is their impression of all of the people within the arena. Now, me, personally, I think it's all fake. Not all of it. There are genuine people that get caught up within this. But the majority of this arena is filled with fake sophists, practicing sophists. People learning how to get around talking about the actual issues. Sort of time wasted, really. Me personally, although it's what got me here, I've had enough of the time wasting stuff. There are people who purport to be geniuses, yet, like most geniuses, they seem unable to talk about what it is that they're meant to be geniuses at. Well, most of the geniuses I know can explain something very simply. They know what they're talking about well enough to know what people can and cannot cope with what they're talking about, and they can explain that very simply. These guys, we've spent 2, 3, 4 years talking, and they can't explain anything. The very thing that they tell you, whenever you say, they say not that, but they can't explain what their not that is, because it's not real. So logic nights are gonna be, this is a full-time thing now, I think. And me, I'm guessing we as well, because what we're all interested in is finding this sophistry that's rife within a community. And I think challenging those untalked about issues within this arena, that's where the conversation needs to be going. It doesn't need to stay within the circular conversation of where we've been dealing with. Now, there are obviously, I can't help it, but there are people who are obsessed with the old argument right now. They are still obsessed with trying to label us something so that they can then avoid having to talk about the actual issues. Aporia. There's no H in it, Constance. Aporia is a confusing place. I don't know whether how I would explain it. I would explain it. I use it within conversations to say that aporia is a place that you want to be able to place somebody in when you're in a conversation. When you're finding a sophist and you start the questioning process, aporia is the place where you land, where there is no there's no answer, right? You find your place, you find yourself in a place where you're lost. So I would explain it that if you're having a conversation with somebody and they purport to know something, they make a claim, and you then question them upon that claim, and they have no answer, I would say that they are then placed in aporia. It's a place where they don't know where they are. It's a hard conversation to get into, because these are old Greek words from, well, ancient times, and they've been taken out of the language because they explain certain things very well, and these things that they explain very well, people don't want them in general conversation. Nobody wants to find themselves in aporia. It's a very difficult position for you to find yourself in. Like realizing that you don't actually know something about a topic that you have reportedly said that you do know something about. That's aporia. There are a few different examples, but the one that we have is aporia canal, and that's like a geometric test, but it's sort of a mental thing as well, to realize that you can't really have a drop. But I mean, again, we can explain those sort of things. So yeah, thank you, Constance, for bringing that out. Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Rob. Good day. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, one of the first things I would explain about aporia is that if you are ever asked to describe a straight line, how to define it, then how would you do that? I think that was one of the first things. It becomes hard for you to imagine how you'd describe straight without mentioning straight. And when asked that question, that place that you find yourself in, where you realize you're struggling to be able to define something. There you go. Kevin's wrote it in the chat. Aporia. An expression of real or pretended doubt or uncertainty, especially for rhetorical effect, a logical impasse or contradiction. It's hard. It's a hard one for me to explain, aporia, unless you've actually found yourself in that position and then trying to explain it and express it becomes tricky.
When I was reading about it, I liked the analogy of the path. Let's say where you start from, and you end up getting lost. Well, instead of going back to the start and starting all over, you just keep making wrong turn after wrong turn to where you get to where you're just at like a cliff. You can't go anywhere.
Yeah, and then it becomes too hard to backtrack from all of the stuff
Right.
that you've done. It just, yeah, you don't know what to do. It's a hard position to be in, and I think it's one of those moments where it sort of makes you can go either way from aporia.
Yeah, I see it as I've always envisioned it, because I'm a visual person also, as imagine a fork in the road, a fork on a path, and one fork through logic, logos, etc., will lead you to a bridge over a river that's complete. You can get over it, you can get past it. Then the other road seems like it's logical, seems like it might be, but there's contradictions, and so that the bridge that goes over that river is out. There's no it stops before you can get over the bridge, so you're stuck. But you can go down that road. You think that that's a road that you can go down, but you will end up in aporia, someplace where you can't continue your journey. Or if you
Well,
do, right, there will be consequences if you continue that journey. I say
but
madness, right?
what's crazy for me is that you can't go back to the start. Or I mean, when like the person most of the time can't get back and say, "Wait a minute, first principles. Let me backtrack. Wait a minute, hang on." It's
Yeah,
like the
can't.
pride is so
That's it. I was just gonna say, yeah,
Yeah.
can't or won't because of pride.
right. Yeah, the
Right.
pride's too strong to where no, I've made it this far. I mean, I know where I'm at. I
Yeah,
know
yeah.
what I'm doing. Yeah,
I've made all the right decisions. I've thought this through thoroughly, and just because this other person has brought up something, no, that's all right. There's got to be a way over that river somehow here, even though
right.
that bridge is out.
Yeah, yeah.
There you go. Gadget's got a good one. That one's good. Aporia, rhetoric. The expression of a simulated or real doubt as about where to begin or what to do or say. You find yourself lost. A bit like Wally. They just keep going. They keep going, building a mental bridge.
Well, it's what got us the toothpick tangent.
Yeah.
That's where Kevin was talking about. It's like,
Hmm.
yeah, I can find my way over that bridge. I know I can.
I know I can.
Yeah.
Let's get some toothpicks and a plastic square. A plastic
Yeah.
square.
Well, Wally, interestingly enough, says
Chewing gum.
Wally says, well, accepting that you find yourselves at a place where you are lost and unable to backtrack is the first step to recovery, says Wally. Strange that you mentioned Wally in the toothpick tangent. And Wally's admitting.
Oh,
now.
he's actually in the chat?
Yeah, he wrote that.
Oh,
wrote that
Well,
in the YouTube
wow.
chat.
Crazy.
Gadget says again, aporia, logic, philosophy, a difficulty encountered in establishing the theoretical truth of a proposition created by the presence of evidence both for and against it. Contradictory sort of position. That's how you find yourself in aporia, is when you meet a contradiction that you already held. When somebody lifts the compartmentalization and you get these two bits that you've kept separate, and they finally meet, and you don't know what to do.
Oh my goodness! Look at that from Wally.
The toothpicks are
We laugh
perpendicular.
as well. We laugh as well, Wally.
The toothpicks are perpendicular. Look at that. Wally and the toothpick tangents. Strangely enough, I got allowed into Blue Marble Science's Discord server. So I've been having a few chats. It's quite good. So do you want to see a few of the things I've been talking? I don't know who Shadow Falcon is. Does anybody know who that is?
I don't know. That sounds familiar.
Well, this is Blue Marble Science over there at the Blue Marble Science Academy. I highlighted these bits. So can you guys see that in the Discord? It's the one with the like a mine. It's like a depth charge mine.
Yes.
Right. So this is Shadow Falcon. He says apparently he can't post in certain areas of Blue Marble Science. They lock it down in they can't have people, you know. I guess they can't have gratuitous Blue Marble scientists just posting any images. So he says because he's got Blue Marble's got a chat called Level is Horizontal. Don't know what that's for. It's Blue Marble Science. So he says, here's a screenshot of a 3D model I made that showcases local verticals and horizontals. He's got some circles placed on a sphere. It looks like they've already cut the spherical caps off. So they've flattened a little bit of the land and then he's put sticks in it. But it's just a computer model. And I said to him, they're not all verticals in your imagination, are they? Because like they're obviously not all vertical in reality. They're at different angles to each other. And he says, in that model, the only reference to determine verticality is whether the reference is collinear with a vector radiating out from the center of the sphere. So whether the reference is collinear with a vector radiating out from the center of the sphere. Now that does sound very professional, but it's just practiced. It's well practiced through the use of the words that he has to do, carefully picked due to his model. So he says, it's the highlighted bit again. So yes, they are all locally vertical. Their comparative orientation with each other or the edges of the picture doesn't matter to verticals. Their comparative orientation with each other doesn't matter. That's vertical. What do you think of that? That there are people out there that think verticals don't have a comparative orientation with each other.
They have, and they have two. They have orientation like parallelism with each other and perpendicularity. Both.
Mm-hmm.
They have both. Comparative orientations, not only one. So he is violating two orientations, parallelism and perpendicularity.
Yeah. And that's only from one day in Blue Marble Science. I mean, look at the stuff we've learned. Now, have you ever heard anybody talking about this sort of stuff anywhere else? I know I haven't. So people may say, like, well, you know this, Bev. Well, I know it's a ridiculous thing that some people say, but over in the Blue Marble Science server, they're actually talking about this. This is Blue Marble Science. This is what we're talking about. Fascinating. We're all here to learn. I think Blue Marble Science should get Shadow Falcon to do a presentation on the comparative orientations of vertical and horizontal, not mattering about their comparative orientations. Whether you're comparing a vertical to a horizontal, doesn't matter. Or whether you're comparing a vertical to a vertical, doesn't matter. It's just an orientation. Comparative orientations don't matter to a Blue Marble scientist. I've got quite a few more pictures. Oh, let's see, what was this one? And then I said, I'm talking about reality and not your model, because that's what he said at the beginning of his one. Because here's a screenshot of a 3D model I made. And then he says, this is Shadow Falcon over in the Blue Marble Science. He says, well, considering that my model actually shows why it is surveyors doing reciprocal zenith angle measurements, which I know Blue has shown you. Blue hasn't shown me that. I think he made a video. We haven't gone over it yet. We're saving it. It's a bit advanced. We just deal with the perpendicularity relationship of vertical and horizontal and their comparative orientations to each other. He says, which I know Blue Marble has shown you, measures angles that sum to more than 180 degrees. I'd say you may actually need to substantiate the claim that all verticals are parallel before having a go at my model. I didn't say that. He said that. I just said I'm not talking about your model. Backtrack. You should backtrack what I said. And then he says, he a double comment to one one thing about me talking about reality. Shadow Falcon says, but hey, why is it you think they're not all verticals? What do you use to determine which would be vertical and which wouldn't be? You'd be able to check them with a plumb bob. Definitely. And I'd say that these ones here, you'd be able to check every one of those with a plumb bob. You put a plumb bob at the end of each one of those straight lines. And where do you think the plumb bob would go? That's how I check for vertical. But I mean, hey, you can draw a model. I wouldn't say that they're vertical though, just because you stick toothpicks in an orange. That doesn't make verticals. Doesn't make the toothpicks vertical. Blue marble science. Blue marble science. I've got this here. I said the horizon is horizontal. Had a thing, and blue marble science, the person, not the entire body of blue marble science this time. This is the called himself Blue Marble Science on YouTube. He has a Discord channel as well. He says there is no horizontal in nature. Whereas I say, me, Bev, says the horizon is horizontal. So I don't know whether you take that of whatever it is, you know. But it just be known that if you take on blue marble, saying that there is no horizontal in nature, you can't really then say that the horizon is horizontal, or all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon like a dictionary. You have to sort of give that up. Blue Marble Science Academy.
Yes, because you've
Thank
got
you.
you've done the not that.
Yeah.
So once you do the not that, you're pretty much, I mean, where can you go from there?
Yeah. You get stuck when somebody says that. The horizon is horizontal. There's a few similarities between the horizon and horizontal. Whereas Blue Marble Science, the guy says, there is no horizontal in nature. That's right, isn't it, Blue? You did say that. It was in the debate we had about level and all horizontals being parallel. One of the best debates I think anybody could ever be witness to. I'm lucky enough to have had 2 debates with people about straight lines and level, and I've also done parallel. I don't think there's many people that have ever had a debate like that. A history of debating blue marble scientists about level being horizontal and straight lines not curving. Wally says, because Wally's a blue marble scientist, one of the most vocal. Oh, has he get rid of it? Huh? Did he delete it? He did. Extended radii. What's an extent? Like, there you go. Blue marble scientists. What's an extended radii? Because you do know what a radii is, right? Does anyone know what a radii is? A radius? From the center.
Circumference. If it is extending, it means that this is not radius.
Or it means that the circle gets bigger.
Yes, but so it doesn't extend anymore.
Yeah, once you have the radius, that's it. You can't start extending it. Really strange, Wally. I like it though. Typical blue marble scientists. geometric understanding of the Blue Marble Scientists is to let Wally get involved within it. He'll tell you about toothpick tangents and all sorts of stuff. The old toothpick in an orange or an apple, doesn't really matter, any sort of spherical thing. Although don't try it with eggs. Toothpicks in eggs doesn't tend to go too well. I'm telling Wally. So yeah, we're going to go over a bit of logic. Obviously, it's needed. There are the Blue Marble Scientists in particular. I think they could do with learning a little bit of logic. You know, the planning it would help with your sophistry, right? You could help hopefully improve your sophist game a little bit, because it's becoming too obvious, to be honest. We'll go over a few of them. But the thing that's most interesting at the minute is this Blue Marble Science thing, where their sophistry is becoming, it's moving into the geometric arena. Now, if anybody knows about logic and geometry, there's not really much room for sophistry within geometry. I would say and suggest, step one, you need somebody who's ignorant of actual geometry to be able to even attempt this. And then what you need to do is you need to have a really skilled sophist with certain learned tricks of how to avoid topics and get around certain areas to fool people into believing it, to fool the ignorant person of geometry that what you're replacing geometry with is this sophisticated geometry of the Blue Marble Science. Now, we've been lucky enough to have stumbled upon or been given a logical system to look at and develop through geometry that gives us an understanding of the geometry. These guys are still attempting their sophisticated reasoning and sophisticated stuff, but when you know geometry, it's a bit hard to get around. And that will become more and more apparent as more and more of the Blue Marble Scientists attempt this sophisticated geometric tomfoolery or whatever it is. Because I think they're lost. They're going to be ending up in aporia. And it's how well they entertain their sophistry from aporia. It's going to be interesting. Stumbled was the right word, Bev. I don't know what was the right word. Stumbled across geometry and logic. Actually, it was buying my son a P1000 camera and getting him involved in long distance photography that gave me the gift of entering this arena. You know, letting people know about something that you're proud your son of doing. Who'd have thought that it'd end us up here being called awful names for being proud of something like that? It's really strange, but hey, we're here. Let me get this thing up for you guys. It's only for the voice, so I'm not gonna, everybody in there doesn't need to see this. It was us playing Ark on Friday night. So last Friday just gone, we had the usual free-for-all Fridays, but a guy called Flat Earth Math came round. Now, Flat Earth Math is having a bit of an episode at the minute. He's made an initial straw man argument from vertical and horizontal being perpendicular, and then he's constantly added on top of these problems that he's had. The straw man's got bigger and stronger, and now we have this conversation of I don't know if everybody's aware of the saga that's been going on and how it's going. Well, now we're on to step 3. A third video is in the making, and Flat Earth Math came round on Friday to talk about these things. So you are all right for listening to it? Or does anybody want to say anything towards the sophistry and the direction that we're going to be going? This is logic night. Blue Marble says he can't say I was ever proud when one of my kids stumbled, ? That seems like a very strange reaction to me. No, Blue. What it was I bought my son a P1000 camera, and we went to like a small hill that we have round here because we live on a coastal plain. And he took a picture of the Isle of Man from 85 miles away. And I posted that on Twitter. And it seems like there was a load of people that took offence. They didn't think it was impressive that he had got a picture of 85 miles away, landmass, with the camera, his new camera. They said it was usual, and the problem was the fact that the horizon didn't rise to eye level through a picture. To which I replied, well, the horizon won't ever rise to eye level because horizontals don't rise. And that's why we're here, for that reason. So, I mean, he didn't stumble, Blue. He took a picture. I don't know. I was just letting people know that I was proud of my son for taking a long distance photo. I mean, what is the furthest photo of the UK? You know, long distance photos. Does anybody know? 85 miles seems pretty good. It's got to be close to one of the long distance for the UK.
Good achievement.
Yeah, I'm still proud. He's took loads of Fata Morganas and he's done loads more long distance photos he wants to go and do. He's got a few more plans that he wants to do. So we're going to do that. We've got an infrared P1000 now as well, so it's all good. So Blue, yes, I wasn't proud of my son stumbling. I don't know where you got that from. You might have to go and listen back to it. Or you could just come in and explain your confusion. Blue Marble's talking about 0 timesing 0 in the chat as well. He's going to mathematics. Blue Marble mathematics. Right. Okay. Right. So this is when Flat Earth Math comes in. We'll go straight from the top.
Exactly. You go there to be entertained and mystified. Like I've seen David Copperfield live in performance, and you cannot tell me he didn't cut himself in half and grab a hold of his own waist, with a bear hug and hop down a ramp made of plexiglass.
He obviously cut himself in half because that is
with a giant laser.
possible
You
in
know,
reality.
I
Yeah.
was
hmm
I was watching with binoculars, and I was so amazed. That guy is so skillful. So
See, now I think this is math always. He starts his videos off with a magic trick or some sort of trickery. And here we are again.
Yes, he cannot resist.
I don't know,
Maybe
that's why
he's obsessed with magic.
he
I
came
don't
in
know.
with magic, yeah, trickery. And he said, you can't tell me that David Copperfield didn't cut himself in half.
I
mean,
can tell.
You
I
can
can
definitely
tell.
come in. Emma told
I
him.
can. He's alive.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a magic trick. It's a trick. Fantastic that he's taken in with it.
I will swear that he cut himself in half with a laser and performed that. It's like, you can't tell me otherwise.
You can.
But what is truth? That's a great question. Yeah, it has to be something like objective facts. I think it was Kevin.
Well, hang on a
said,
second.
What is?
Go on.
So for someone that just said, I will maintain that David Copperfield cut himself in half with a laser, and then to say, what is truth? That's a great question. And then he goes on to talk about observable facts. Isn't that strange? Those two things are contradictory.
It is a contradiction, yeah.
Isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Everyone else see the contradiction in flat earth maths is like pretty early on. He's come in and said that he definitely believes that the magic trick is done by David Copperfield, and now, well,
I'd say
what is known.
I'd say maybe
Sorry,
I'd say maybe a lack of healthy skepticism there.
I don't know.
Could that be a component of truth? Yeah, right. You go and watch a magic. It's magic. You could be amazed by the illusion. Sure.
Yeah.
It's still an illusion. So the lack of healthy skepticism is interesting to me.
And he is immediately segueing to question what is truth. So like he's connecting magic illusionary thing with truth. I don't know, but weird for me.
That's what I got at the moment. Like, you've got to stick on track with what he's saying, and he starts off with magic and goes directly, no sort of segue, just boom, straight into what is truth. I think that's worth pointing out.
Or what could be, I don't know, factually proven. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but yeah, there's certain things where you can draw a conclusion, and then you could be like 99.99% sure that conclusion is right, but you could have to still call it a theory, at some point. But I don't know. It's a great question.
It's $1 million question.
Right. So you want to hear this a bit again? Right now, that thing that Australians do where they turn sayings into questions with an inflection in the voice. I call this a form of sophistry. Listen to it again.
Yeah, it has to be something like objective facts. I think it was Kevin, might have said, what is known, or what could be, I don't know, factually proven. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but yeah, there's certain things where you can draw a conclusion, and then you could be like 99.99% sure that conclusion is right, but you could have to still call it a theory, at some point. But I don't know. It's a great question.
What did everybody get from that?
Yes, I get that he is equivocating or trying to equivocate truth with probability, because he's not talking that you are completely certain. No, he's talking about 99.9, etc. So you are not sure that what you hold as truth is truth. It is only probability.
Even in his voice with that inflection, it doesn't sound like he's sure even when he's saying it.
Yeah. So this is new standard of truth in science generally, which of course I do not approve at all. I stick to Aristotle's.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Not probability. Probably yes, or probably white, or probably black, and 99% no. It doesn't work that way. It is or it is not. 0-1 logic.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Still testing or whatever. Like, just don't say you have a proof or whatever if you're only 99, because 99%, it may as well be 50%.
Exactly right. It is
Yes.
a 1 or a 0, right? That's logic. Even Boolean. That's what it is. 1 or 0. It either is or it isn't. Going back to Aristotle and the examples we used when we were talking with Raven, it's a cat, right? This is a cat, or that is a cat. Why? Because you're looking at it. It's a cat. Definitely not anything other than a cat. It's a cat. For sure, it's a cat. Now, could you be mistaken and it's not a cat? Well, that's left up for discussion. But if there's a cat and you say this is a cat, you've predicated upon it. That's truth. I know it's a cat. Or are we just talking about all truth is perception? Could that be what he's talking about? Then everybody's true. Everybody's got their own truth. Depends on what they make of it themselves. Is that what he was getting at? Maybe.
I would name it not bad perception of truth, but bad definition or lack of definition of truth. Simple.
Carry on.
It's the $1 million question. Hey, Charles, what state are you in, man? Texas?
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, okay.
Near Philly.
Okay, two things. Before you answer the first one, okay, do you ever hear that rumbling that I'm talking about? And two, as people told you look like Jamie from Glowbusters?
And the photo looked exactly like that. And then some people, and it made the news. People were like, "Oh, what is this? Is there an enemy submarine off the coast of the United States?"
Hang on, have you not seen the aeroplane nose diving into the ocean?
It's all visual. It's not real.
Well, I'd say it is real, but the thing is, it's the laws of perspective, which
I'd say fucking unicorns are real, man.
They lost
And
their
horns. So is dinosaur Earth. Come on.
So, perspective is really interesting. I mean, if you and it
No,
really
it's
is
not.
a geometric.
It's really.
Why are they ignoring Emma? What's up? I don't get any of this. It says like there's a certain track of conversation that they don't want to get off. The laws of perspective. I don't know what the idea of that is.
Really not. Perspective is not interesting. I would actually rather talk about dinosaurs.
Okay. But anyway, so I've only caught a few snatches of the conversation because I did take a nap and I was like driving home from work.
Aww.
But
I'm glad you had a nap.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that with us.
Yeah, but
I feel
I did
much
hear
better for that information.
a little bit of a sarcasm in you there, but I did hear Brian speaking, and I know Brian said he had a lot of interesting thoughts, and if today is on the topic is no topic, right? What's the topic for Friday? Free for all Friday. So I just want to jump on because I know last time Brian and I spoke, we had a really good conversation. So I don't know if you wanted to jump, bounce anything off me, just to kind of mix things up a bit. But,
you have a channel, don't you, Charles?
Yeah, Flat Earth Math. Yeah.
Cool.
Emma, do you have a channel? Do you produce videos or anything, or?
I used to do the live streams.
Oh, okay.
Back in the day. You're a bit behind the times.
behind the thing is, I take hiatus, like for like almost the entire quote unquote medical emergency that we had the last couple of years. I wasn't really into the scene, but I mean, I originally started back when it was on message boards. There was shape of the earth message boards, and so I participated in that. And
shape of the earth message boards, I bet that was riveting. That's how he started in this. Do you like that?
What would possess someone?
Shape of the earth message boards.
For me, that sounds like just poor excuse. Sorry. I quite don't believe. Maybe, but for me, this is just not very credible explanation.
Blue, this is us going over flat earth math, the Blue Marble Science representative, coming around on Friday. Now, it was very late on Friday, so most people might not have heard this, and what we're doing is we're going over it on Logic Night, so we have chance to actually go over it and talk about the conversation that we did have. So it's not 4th or 5th or whatever time. It's just the first time we've had chance to go over this as a group, because a lot of people would have left. It was late on Friday. Not everybody can actually get involved or talk about any of this sort of stuff, so it does get even more interesting. He's one of the Blue Marble scientists that can actually come round and talk, so I credit Flat Earth Math for being able to come round and explain this particular brand of sophistry that you're developing. It's going to become more used, this sophistry that math's going to be using. So what we do is go over it just to make everybody aware of this new tactic that's being used and the tactics that are being employed. I don't think many of the Blue Marble scientists can actually do this and come and, I don't know, expose themselves like Flat Earth Math does.
And it was really interesting, the debate there and how the language people used. And then I kind of resurfaced when it got on YouTube. And so I've been doing this on and off, like I take a break. It's like a hobby. I take a break, but.
So what we do as well, Blue, is we go over this sort of stuff. We all of us in here, find this particular subject, Flat Earth Math being the subject, fascinating. But from the very reason that he started making a video a few weeks ago, or whatever, about vertical and horizontal being perpendicular, and his geometric understanding and how that works on the Blue Marble scientific model. It's fascinating. We have done a few members only chats about going over Flat Earth Math as well, quite deeply. It's quite good. I mean, I think this is fascinating with us doing this sort of stuff. This is where we're at. I'm sorry if it's not up to your usual standards, Blue Marble Science, but this is a different sort of thing. I mean, I don't think any other channels do this sort of stuff, so we're sort of carving a niche out for ourselves. Or a niche. I don't know what you Americans call it.
But you guys keep me on my toes.
You're obviously fascinated by the topic, Doug.
Oh, I'm super fascinated. And I think, I forget who it was, that it was somebody, I think just tonight, they said that they learn so much. And I mean this in no joke. I have learned more math and science because of participating in this arena than I have in the previous, 15 years of my life.
We've been saying that as well. Here in this Discord server, I think most of us are of the opinion that our learning, although we did learn in the past, it has magnified and intensified over the inclusion of all of us within this Discord server and the conversations that we have. It helps. It's like a catalyst to learning and gaining knowledge. Intelligent conversation. Come into the Discord. That's what we're here for. That's what we go over. So Math said that. Jesse Kozlowski said it as well when he went over that thing with Soundly, which we will be going over again. That'll be even better than it was when we went over it on Ranties. Look out for that. That's coming soon. Rakir's Bridge, Jesse Kozlowski. He said the same thing. He said the researching flat earth is something that everybody should do, because once you do, you start to learn things, and you should be able to learn when a person is being genuine or not, and that comes through conversation. So like I say, come on in Discord, click the link, come and have a conversation. Try and judge for yourself who's genuine and who isn't. Where the sophists are.
And so that's the thing I get at.
For sure.
Is I learn so much, because the thing is, the arguments that you guys present, and I, you guys, I'm just lumping all together, but they make me think, and I have to go and I have to look stuff up, and I have to invest.
You notice he says the arguments that you guys present. That's right. We do have the arguments. We pride ourselves in the arguments that we can make. Very simple arguments they may be, but arguments they definitely are. Flat Earth Math is acknowledging the arguments that we bring. Thank you very much, Math.
Investigate some things, and it's fascinating.
Do you reckon about all horizontals being parallel, like that? Those arguments.
Yeah, well, that's an interesting one. I would argue that all horizontals from a single vertical are parallel, but no, I mean, like, for example, I didn't know.
So all horizontals are parallel.
Yes, this soletism added by him is irrelevant.
It's great though, isn't it? It's nice. Nice that, you've got to listen to the words that he uses. He would argue that all horizontals are parallel as well. It's good because he knows it's a winning argument.
Know that Euclid defined a circle slightly differently than the modern definition of a circle.
Here we go. See the way he slipped that one in?
Yep. Euclid just didn't confuse circumference with a circle. So, what modern geometry does, seemingly.
This is actually right around where I had left Friday.
Oh, is it?
So, yeah. So
nice.
I actually put something in the live chat. I don't know if you're going to get to it, if you remember, but I asked, can someone ask Charles if he has a date for this modern view? I mean, you have Euclid, right, which we know is thousands of years old. And then he claims a modern definition. I don't know if we ever get to it, but I'd like to know when that modern definition came into play. Might be interesting to find out. A little history.
We've got a maths teacher in the chat as well. He's obviously, you can tell he's an ex-maths teacher. He's called C3P Hole. Very obviously a teacher. That's the sort of person that you would want to be. Ex-teacher, did you say? 12 and 13-year-olds. That's very strange age. Is that high school? Like, why just one particular year at high school? How would that work? How would you only used to teach maths to 12 and 13-year-olds? Anyone? I don't know. Is that in America? None of the math you are talking about doesn't make sense, is difficult.
I don't understand this statement.
Yeah, I'm
last
gonna
sentence.
I'm gonna get
Doesn't make any sense.
Are you sure you're maybe you should move on to high school math. I used to teach. He supposes that the math that we've been talking about isn't even high school maths. It's before that, elementary. Maybe that's what he thinks. I don't know. I used to teach all of this stuff you are finding crazy to 12 and 13-year-olds. What? None of the math you are talking about doesn't make sense, is difficult. I don't know. I can't believe that you've even trying to fool people that you were once a teacher. That's ridiculous. That's sophistry on taking to a new level, really, isn't it? That's like sophistry assuming that your opponent is completely ignorant of everything. It's like you're trying to be a sophist to a 12 and 13-year-old. Middle school. I don't know. Is that an American thing? Is 12 and 13 a particular age of kids in middle school? Like Blue Marble says. I don't know.
Well, yeah, middle school is 6th, 7th, 8th grade, typically.
Just the 12 and 13. Is that 12 and 13-year-olds? Like, why somebody would be obsessed with 12 and 13-year-olds teaching them maths? I don't know.
I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. But again, it doesn't make any sense. What you talking about? What does that mean? None of the math.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, what math would they be getting in middle school that they didn't get in grammar school or would get later? And I don't understand either. Like,
that's what he might be talking about. This particular circle, like the redefinition of a circle, happens around those 12 to 13-year-olds. I don't know.
Oh, I don't know about that either. I doubt it. Perhaps they don't learn from the very beginning. That could possibly be in America. I know that from public schools. It's very, very poor.
Yeah.
Comparatively speaking, through the rest of the world, math is very, very poor in America. Horrifically poor for a first world country. Very terrible. I don't tend to blame the teachers. I tend to blame the administrators and the ones writing the curriculum. But who knows? Could be a math teacher problem. Maybe that's what the C3P hole is saying. I don't know.
Yeah, I like the interest of the mathematics teacher, because Flat Earth Math likes to pretend that he's a mathematics teacher, but he's not. He's a computer guy. He may have to be a support teacher, perhaps, and just sit in for when the maths teacher's off. I don't know. I don't know how a school system works over there. But I don't know whether you'd say that you are then a maths teacher if you just sit into a thing, or I don't know. What is high school math, and how hard is it to teach from a textbook in mathematics in America nowadays? I don't know. I'm not into all of that sort of stuff because, for one, I don't live in America. Not got a clue. Year 7 to 11. 8th or 9th grade is about where geometry is taught in US schools.
I don't know. Well, I mean, that may be in somewhere Blue Marble is, but In most places in the state that I live in, geometry is taught in the 4th and 5th grade. But I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
Depends on the school district. Every city, town, whatever has their own school districts. They could have their own curriculum. Some of the states have mandatory curriculum, and of course, the federal government has some of its curriculum that has to be applied. So the kids get it from they get the shitty education from all over the place in the states.
It's the next bit that we're interested in, though. This bit coming up. This is quite a fantastic claim.
That's an interesting one. I would argue that all horizontals from a single vertical are parallel. But no, I mean, like, for example, I didn't know that Euclid defined a circle slightly differently than the modern definition of a circle.
He didn't know, right? So he's taken his understanding of the modern day definition of a circle as to be what he understands a circle to be. Then he finds out that Euclid defines a circle differently.
And is that accurate? Is that accurate even to say that?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say so. I think he right. He's, I don't know, he's using his knowledge, and that is overriding what he's just found out about Euclid.
Yeah, that's what makes it strange to me. Yeah. It's almost like he's using the, quote, modern definition of something as the foundation, and somehow Euclid 2,000 years ago knew what the modern definition was going to be and had something different than that, rather than saying, oh, I didn't know that the modern definition strayed from Euclid.
Well, no, the modern definition is his understanding of it, right? It's not something that he's specifically been given, right? It's just his understanding of what he thinks a circle is.
Unless there's a specific modern definition that he'd like to put forth. I don't know.
How so would he know?
It's in his own mind.
He didn't know about Euclid. So how would he know that that is the modern definition?
Right, yeah.
Right? He must have known. For him to know that that was the modern definition, he must have known Euclid to have it overriding it. And he obviously hasn't, because he didn't know about Euclid. So he's telling you here, his understanding of what he thinks a circle to be through blue marble science and the model dictating things, that it has to be slightly different, right? That's the problem that we're going to deal with from now on inwards, right? Is the fact that it should be very easy for him to say, oh, well, it's the same, but there's just a bit missing. And once I put that in there, that completely makes it a circle. But he doesn't. He doesn't do that. He doesn't want to put the center together with the rest of it. Fascinating to me.
Like, I didn't know that Euclid defined a circle to include all the interior points. That was new. I literally found that out yesterday.
Found it out yesterday. And there's a bit of a sniff, and I don't know whether that, like if Rakir was here, whether you'd see that as a tell. But he didn't know that the parts inside the all of the points, like all of the points across all of the diameters, as defined within plane, already within Euclid, he didn't know that was part of the circle for some reason. I don't think he's really ever done any geometry.
So I appreciate this arena.
I have one notion about this circumference. This is Latin word, and this is compound word. Circumference. In Latin is circumferentia. It means it is circle. Ference, to fair. I think that there is this word in English, to fair, something, or carry on with something. So that would circumference, it is carrying on with circle.
Interesting.
So drawing a circle by drawing a line, boundary. So this is circumference. What does it mean?
Oh, one of the things that that I don't appreciate in the arena is like when certain people, none of which are in the room right now, but sometimes people like to get a gotcha. You know, they try to get me with a gotcha, and like that just isn't helpful because it's not really an attempt to communicate. But last night, people were saying, "Oh, can you draw a circle on a dodecahedron?" And so I was thinking about this today. It's like, so what can you do with a compass and just a flat sheet of paper? And is the argument that you can draw a circle on a sheet of paper with a compass? Because what I would argue is that you can't draw a circle with a compass and a flat sheet of paper. You can only draw a circumference. I was just trying to push back in a silly way. So I just take it with a grain of salt.
Now, I don't know whether you actually heard what went on there, but he did a very good job of completely changing the conversation all the way around.
He just ignored what I said about circumference.
Yeah. And then said pretty much the same thing. And then he said he'd argue that you could only draw, he wouldn't call that a circle. And I don't know whether this argument has ever, when it entered his head, maybe a couple of days ago when he heard about Euclid's definition of a circle. I don't know whether he's made this argument, how much serious thought he'd ever put into that, but it sounds a little bit ridiculous to me. But hey,
trying to be humorous here.
Yeah, because you are drawing circle by drawing boundary, and it can be also square or another figure. Whatever figure you draw, you are drawing only extremities of it. You are drawing lines.
But isn't it a postulate though? Isn't it one of the postulates that you're not allowed to have whenever you imagine that you can get rid of one of them that isn't a postulate in the first place? You know, within the mathematical system that you want to imagine, it's postulate number 3. Let it be granted that. Well, that you can draw a circle from any distance. Let me get it. I don't want to misrepresent. Sure. I'll read it for you. I'll get it.
Hey, Charles, before you go, will you answer a small, if it's okay with Bev, will you answer a small series of questions that I've asked this to a few people. If it's okay with Bev, just like 5 minutes. If y'all be okay with that, it's pretty interesting questions.
Okay,
go ahead,
hit me.
Well, I'll wait for Bev's approval on that.
Oh, right.
Well, here's your definition. Well, not a definition; it's a postulate. Postulate number 3, and that a circle. It said, "Let it be granted," right? And that a circle may be described from any center at any distance from that center.
Yeah, and I think it's understood that we're talking about a plane.
But that's a postulate, right?
Okay.
That's a postulate that you imagine that you can still keep within the... or do you not have those sort of things within your geometric system?
Well, I mean, you keep talking about my geometric system. The point I was making yesterday is that people started with Euclid and then built upon his foundation. And so the modern definition of circle is just a slight deviation from Euclid's definition. In fact, it's
right. So here's one of the problems that he's not going to do. He's just going to skip over. He says that they built upon Euclid. Well, he's not actually talking about that because the geometric system that him and Blue Marble Science are so scared to talk about actually rip the foundations out from that very system. That one postulate that I've just stated just then cannot be on the geometric model that blue marble scientists prefer. And they can't even talk about this. It's that upsetting for them that they've never been able to talk about it to this date. And I don't think they ever will. It's going to be one of those strange things that these are only conversations that we can have within these Discord server, on level Discord. If you want to have a conversation about the geometric impossibility of the blue marble science, you'll have to come in and talk about it, because you'll never get a blue marble scientist talking about the geometric problems that they have within their understanding of Euclid. So yeah, that's why I was stating that, but math doesn't want to get into it.
The beginning of Euclid's definition of a circle is the modern definition of circle. Just the modern definition doesn't include all interior points. So, but ultimately, you know, it's the boundary, as paper would say.
Yeah, but even with, so he said the modern definition doesn't include all of the interior points, but it does include the point where you have the center. That point is included, and the radius, obviously, that's needed, but none of the points in between the inside and the outside. It's very strange that he'd even conceptually try and state that. I don't get it. Within the postulate, the center is mentioned, right? So the center has to be evenly placed between the extreme points, which would be either end of a diameter of said circle.
Exactly. Yes. No argument there. I think part of the argument with you know, I don't know if it was Saragaki who was saying this. What is a part of a circle? And it's like, I would argue, using the modern definition of circle, that the center is not, you know, included in the as a part of a circle. I mean,
He would argue that the center. Do you want to hear that again? Right. This is flat Earth math and his argumentation around the circle. You see that we said at the beginning, the geometric sophistry has to be performed to somebody who's ignorant of geometry entirely, and somebody who has to be think that they have the ability to put one over people. You shouldn't even attempt this sort of sophistry unless you imagine that you're like David Copperfield level, which flat earth math may think he is. He may think he's a David Copperfield of the blue marble science arena, being able to hand out sophistry and paralogisms at will. He might have been doing it for years. He says he's been in this for 17 years. So that's how long flat earth math may have been performing this particular brand of sophistry.
As paper would say.
There we go. Yeah, but even within the postulate, the center is mentioned, right? So the center has to be evenly placed between the extreme points, which would be either end of a diameter of said circle.
Exactly. Yes. No argument there. I think part of the argument with you know, I don't know if it was Saragaki who was saying this, where, you know, it's like, what is a part of a circle? And it's like, I would argue, using the modern definition of circle, that the
he would argue, right? Flat earth math, it's going to do some sort of argumentation about a circle.
Yes, and he would argue with Euclid, I think.
Yeah.
Because he is arguing against Euclid's definition. He has objections.
Yeah.
All right.
About the circle.
Mathematician. Yes.
Flat earth math. This is coming. He came in on Friday.
Center is not, you know, included in the as a part of a circle. I mean, it's part of the definition of the circle, but it's not part of the circle because the definition of
I mean, come on.
It doesn't hold.
Oh.
Boundary is of something. You cannot have boundary of your car or whatever object without object, because it's not boundary of an object anymore.
It says, oh yes, the center is included in the definition, but the center isn't part of a circle. I mean, what sort of type of sophistry are we dealing with here?
This is just stupid. So I cannot explain it in any other way. Just stupid statement.
Yeah. The geometric sophistry of the blue marble scientists. Listen.
You know, I don't know if it was Saragaki who was saying this, where, you know, it's like, what is a part of a circle? And it's like, I would argue, using the modern definition of circle, that the center is not, you know, included in the as a part of a circle. I mean, it's part of the definition of the circle, but it's not part of the circle because the definition of circle, the modern definition, is the set of all points equidistant from the center. And so the center is not equidistant from this, you know, it's not in that set of points. You got to start with the center, but it doesn't. You don't include the center point.
But
and it's just splitting hairs. You know, I think everyone knows what a circle is. You know, but
like, what sort of sophistry was that meant to be? Blue marble scientists should be proud of this man.
For me, that was utter nonsense. So
yeah.
No comment, because doesn't make any sense what he said.
But that's because you understand geometry and you understand a little bit about logic, right? Now, how long and how many years has flat earth math been practicing that sort of gibberish? And how many people has he said that to? Maybe blue marble scientists, right? They might have took that on as meaning some sort of a thing. They might have thought, he's a mathematics teacher. You should believe what he says. He knows mathematics. He says he's a mathematics teacher. There's another guy that's come in saying he knows because he's a mathematics teacher. That's shit sophistry as far as I'm concerned. But I understand a little bit about geometry. These guys will say that we don't understand about geometry, and they're the ones that do understand about geometry. But I mean, that's obvious fucking horse shit. It's meaningless. Gobbledygook. But hey, this is what the blue marble scientists are going to be pushing within their arguments. Get ready for it. If you start talking about circles, you're going to get people like Flat Earth Math and his geometric sophistry taking away the center of the circle as being part of the circle, even though it's defined within the definition.
And this definition makes sense, Euclid's definition, because as Euclid says, you cannot enclose space with two straight lines. So this enclosing space or plane, in that case, means that you are creating figure. So triangle is triangle also because this space is not open. If you make a gap somewhere in that triangle, it is no longer triangle because it doesn't enclose space. It has to enclose space. And this space inside of this figure is called figure itself with boundaries, but it has to be closed. There is no such thing as an open figure in Euclid's geometry. All figures are closed. This is simple. Why? Because if you take only lines like in square, without what is inside, there are only broken straight lines, nothing more. And they are not figure itself, themselves. You have to have this area inside with boundary. This is a geometrical figure. Same with the solid objects, solid figures. You cannot say about a figure without what is inside, because in planar geometry, you are talking about only lines, and lines are not figures. So if line is enclosing, or lines are enclosing space, then they are creating figure. So you cannot exclude the area inside of this enclosed space from figure. This is nonsense. I don't know why he is doing that.
Well, hopefully that might get revealed exactly why he's attempting this, but I don't know. I'd say if you ever have anybody attempting to do this to you, or maybe they're doing it to children, I don't know, purporting to be teachers. Very strange. Just be aware that you understand what a circle is.
But equidistant, it means that you are talking about extremities of a circle, and you name it circle. So
right, I named the geometric shape circle.
Slightly nonsense, because it means that boundary of circle is circle. It doesn't make any sense.
But no, the boundary of Euclid's definition of a circle, which includes all the anterior points, like what I was referring to as a disk. You know, a disk versus a circle. I would say the circle is just the boundary. Saragaki was calling that.
It's just the boundary. The circumference, he means.
No, circumference is just a line.
Yeah. But so, that's what he's wanting, to reduce the circle to the circumference, and then say that the circle is just the circumference and not the circle. But the circle is the circle as well.
It violates ontological primitives, or first principles. Part is not a whole. So boundary of a circle is part of a circle. So it cannot be circle. Simple.
Oh, Blue Marble sent us a chat. Blue Marble Science, the Blue Marble Science. Honoured to have you here. He's saying he's going to give us a bit of a lesson. He says, listen, this is funny. So whether it's a joke lesson that they do, whether, over there at the Blue Marble Science Academy, he says, this is funny. Listen up, kids. 2 discs in the same plane can intersect at one point. No points, or an infinite number of points, if they overlap. This concludes your lesson for today. Let me get that again. I probably didn't do it justice. Let me try again. This is funny. Listen up, kids. 2 discs in the same plane can intersect at one point, no points, or an infinite number of points if they overlap. This concludes your lesson for today. I didn't find that funny. I'm struggling to... They can intersect at one point. 2 discs. Is a disc a 2-dimensional I think that's a circle in it. Wouldn't you give a disc a three-dimensional? I would.
I would say that he's talking about intersections between boundaries, circumferences. If we have two circles and like creating vesicapices,
Yeah.
it means that we are intersecting circumferences.
Yeah.
Simple.
But Blue thinks that's an infinite number of intersection points between two discs to form a vesicapices. It's very strange. I've never been involved with this blue marble geometry.
I'm not sure, but I think that in geometry, intersection, this word is reserved for lines, rather.
Yeah. That's what I'd have thought. But
lines or points, so, but not planes.
But would you call a disc a plane?
I would say just circle or two circles.
Yeah.
That means planes.
So
on the same plane.
Yeah, it looks to me like they're trying to do away with circle because they want to make the circle the circumference. So they have to find a word to replace the circle, and they're using the word disc.
Disc is an object.
Yeah, disc is a 3D, so... isn't it? It's sort of like you imagine a 3D thing. You don't imagine a circle because a circle is a circle. You can't get rid of the circle and then try and replace it with something. I don't know. This is blue marble science.
When someone is saying circle in geometrical sense, I can imagine a piece of paper and a circle drawn on it. Simple.
Yeah.
So and I know that piece of paper is not perfect plane, but it represents a plane. So very, very simple. You don't need to imagine anything strange for that. Just piece of paper and a circle drawn. And I know that this is a circle, 2D figure. Simple.
That's why I said within the postulates at the beginning, it says, let it be granted that you can, right? It's the postulates to me are the act of the representation of what you're allowed to be able to do within the rules of geometry, to be able to form these shapes, to be able to extend a straight line, to be able to do things like that. It's an let it be allowed for you to be able to do that, because as within the definitions, a line is 1D. Like, you wouldn't be able to represent that unless it said, let it be granted that you can. So you draw a circle exactly as defined. You describe it. You could do that in sand to represent it. You could do it in chalk. Within the geometric system, Euclid allows you to be able to do that which you can't actually do within 2D. That's why I think the postulates are there, but a lot of people seem to
yes, it makes it possible. His statement is these postulates are they can guarantee that what he is talking about is possible to do, because otherwise someone could object that geometry is impossible.
Yeah.
So this is just fantasy. And he's saying, no, you can't do that.
Yeah. For the active thought process to be able to prove these things to yourself, then you can do it. I mean, it's obvious that you can do it when it goes into book 11, solid geometry. That's where the actual proofs come into it. But you've already proved the concepts by being allowed to go through those steps by Euclid in the postulates at the beginning. That's why I'd separate the axioms and the postulates, because of that.
The circumference. And the modern definition of circle just eliminates the interior points. It only is the exterior. And I was thinking about that today as well. I was thinking, like, how did we evolve from the circle that includes all the interior points to a circle that is just the boundary? And
how did we evolve? How did the circle evolve to lose the inside bit? Anyone? Any ideas? Blue marble sophistry.
I can prove otherwise. For example, I have two, let's say, examples. One is that you can just imagine, let's say, that this radius is can draw something on paper. So if you are rotating this radius, you are making a whole circle, let's say in dark, like pencil. Not only circumference, but whole, because you are rotating this radius around center point, and you are just changing color of piece of paper. So inside the whole circle would be, let's say, gray or dark gray, like pencil color. So this is first, let's say, example. The second is that you can use compass, and instead of, like origami, instead of drawing circumference, you can carve it. And then when you carved this circle, you can just pick up whole circle from that plane. So you can pick up a piece of a plane in circular shape, circle, and just you can get out of this plane. So you have two planes, one carved in a circular shape, and you can just hold in hand circle, not circumference, circle. So it is, for me, this is very easy to imagine that you can do that, to have circle, not circumference, without points inside whatever he says. It doesn't make any sense. You can make a circle, and you can carve out the circle from a piece of paper. Simple.
Yeah, cut out a circle. Maybe that's where they were talking for different. Like you start off as a elementary school with the different shapes, and then when you get to the modern geometry, the modern stuff, you cut out the inside as well.
But what you have left?
I don't know. Yeah. I know. I mean, it's fantastic, the fact that you'd be able to start drawing circles with no internal structure to the line. You've just got the line. No way to keep it within a plane. No structure within a plane. It doesn't. Could be anywhere now. It's even the center isn't involved. Just conceptually. Blue Marble says he's not obligated to understand this for us, nor is he obligated to forget what I know just because you never learned it. I've never learned, because nobody's ever been silly enough to try and get me to think that a circle doesn't involve any of the parts inside the circumference. That's fucking ridiculous. Literally stupid, Blue. But you have representatives. Flat Earth Math is the blue marble representative for geometry. Ruhif said that Flat Earth Math is the best geometer that there is available for the blue marble science model. And this is what he's doing now. He's explaining to us now that the modern definition of a circle doesn't contain any of the interior points. Nobody's ever shown us this modern definition. Because I think mathematicians would be telling Flat Earth Maths that he's talking a load of shit. But this is what's needed. Blue marble scientific method.
And I'm thinking part of it is
working it on the fly.
Arrival of algebra. Algebra did not exist in Euclid's time. And, you know, if you want to draw, you know, right equations of things, you know,
Is a squared plus b squared equals c squared. Is that algebra?
Yes.
Oh. And that didn't exist in Euclid's times. Oh, wow. I thought Pythagoras was sort of before Euclid, but I mean, I may be wrong. Maybe it was the A, the B, and the C, or the X and the Y that didn't exist in Euclid's times.
Or maybe it's just the modern algebra that didn't exist.
Maybe, yeah. It may have been redefined after Euclid. Yeah.
You can write equations of lines. I mean, you can have an inequality that shades a region, but you know, the equation of a circle, you know, x squared plus.
You can have an inequality that shades a region. He's made a concession there. Flat Earth Math. What does it mean? Not got a fucking clue. We're talking about a circle and modern definitions of algebra.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Because a square plus b square, it is area of something. So it is areas of two adjacent adjacent legs in a triangle. So I don't know why he's talking about line without inside, where this algebra is telling us that we are calculating area. So don't know. Still doesn't make any sense, even with this algebra.
Yeah, somebody says algebra wasn't properly invented until the 1600s. I'm not too sure that we're understanding the formulation of algebra. I think you may be talking about quadratic equations and all of that sort of stuff, but saying 2x equals 4, therefore x is it's just a placeholder that you put a letter in. That's algebra. So I'm not too sure about inventing it. It's using a letter as a placeholder for a value of something that needs to be worked out. I don't know.
Yeah, for me, this is just arithmetics.
Yeah. It's a logical idea, isn't it, to have a letter as a placeholder?
Y squared equals 1, or x squared plus y squared equals r squared, where r is the radius. You know, so that draws a line, or that draws a curved path. I would call that the equation of a circle. Well, that's what That's what all mathematicians today call the equation of a circle. But that doesn't include all the interior points.
The equation of a circle that doesn't include all of the interior points. And he's using a square. Does he think that a square doesn't include all of the interior points of the square? Function within mathematics.
Must be.
Or he's talking about a squared function for line, which creates curved line, but it is not about circle. It is just about line, because equation for area of circle is different. So it is different square. It is radius squared, as I remember, or something like that. So it means that this radius is like side of the square. But if someone is squaring just a line, he has only curved like parabolic. This is, I think, parabolic function or whatever it is called. To create a parabolic line, it is used to, they use squared function for line. But this is different story. I would say, okay, this is algebra, but it is using squaring function differently, in different way, not to have measurements in two directions.
A bit of sophistry, bit of mathematical sophistry.
Yes, he's confusing, I think, arithmetics with geometry, because he's saying about algebra in sense of like squaring something to have curved line, but of course this function is not for a circle, because you cannot create a circumference with a squared function, because parabola is not a circumference. You cannot create with a squared function circumference of the circle.
Yeah, I think Wally might be getting a little bit confused here. I'm saying when you plot it on a graph that uses the X and the Y within this algebraic formula, it's an X-axis and a Y-axis, and the coordinates placed upon the X and the Y-axis. Now, they are square. You're using a square function within the graph for you to plot the points that you are using within your algebra. It's like paper says, you're confusing the geometric grid that you're using and the functions that you're plotting on the geometric grid, and not understanding that the geometric grid is actually on a plane already. It's already inbuilt into the thing that you're using. A little bit strange, but hey. So Blue says in the chat, it says that's a straw man. Some of the definitions have evolved over time, and many other geometries have been discovered. Are you opposed to that? They've discovered geometries.
And these questions at the end, do you deny that?
Yeah.
So someone maybe discovered something, but it has to be investigated if it does make sense or not. I would say not, because if it contradicts Euclid, it has to be nonsensical in some way.
Yeah, there's an axiomatic system. You would need another competing axiomatic system that you could fit to this other discovered geometry that could at least compete with Euclid. Otherwise, what have you exactly discovered? I don't know.
I would say that many geometers in the past and mathematicians would love to challenge Euclid and to create new, better geometry. This is not, I think, just now in 21st century. I think every geometer and mathematicians who thought that he is great mathematician, I would say that it was in his mind to challenge Euclid. So, and nobody invented anything better than Euclid.
Well, Blue Marble Science hasn't put his arse in gear yet. Hopefully him and the team, Wally, Flat Earth Math, Blue Marble Science, Stark Odder, and a few of the others. A choice few over there at Blue Marble Science HQ. They're going to be putting this together now. They're already at the part of getting rid of the interior of circles. I don't know whether you've heard just recently about a square. Square can't be a square. We've had the perpendicular of horizontal and vertical not being perpendicular anymore. So they're in the call it the Einstein phase of geometric reasoning.
I'm still thinking though they're gonna need to have their axioms, postulates, and so on. So, to my knowledge, we haven't seen those yet. They still rely on Euclid for that.
Yeah, Blue thinks we're confused about circles. It's not us, Blue. We are absolutely certain we know what a circle is. Blue Marble Sophists. This is one of their things. One of the little ploys that they have. Well done, Blue. We'll stick to the usual circle. You have your group chats with your friends, Wally. You and Wally. In fact, just have it in the YouTube chat. Here, let us know.
It's interesting to talk about.
Sorry. So you make a square, like an area, and you say that the equation doesn't include all of the interior points.
Well, I've never seen an equation of a square. I mean, it's four straight lines that meet at right angles. So you can't do a nice simple equation like x squared plus y squared equals r squared like you can with a circle. I mean, you could draw four equations that will make a square, but it's a lot more complicated. And if you made those equations inequalities, then you got shading.
Do you not see an x square as a square?
Can you clarify that question? I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, x is a length, right, of along the x-axis. See what? I'm pointing out the similarity here, right? Because he said x squared plus y squared equals r squared. Now, I don't know whether everybody is aware of a formula called Pythagoras' theorem, in which he states within a right angle triangle, the side a squared plus b squared equals c squared. That's the three different sides of the triangle and the square function. So a squared plus b squared equals c squared sounds very similar to me to x squared plus y squared equals r squared. that's what I'm thinking in my head here now. I'm trying to ask math about that function of the square, because I know within Pythagoras the a squared plus b squared equals c squared is talking about squares. The square is this
straight
function.
lines.
Yeah, it's a function of the straight line of the triangle, but they're made into a square. Now,
yes, but in lines you are curving the same line, so it means that if you are talking about like line X, it would start to curve.
well, it's the coordinate on the x, isn't it, that you're
Yes.
squaring the
Yes.
actual number.
So if you are squaring only X, it means that you are curving the coordinate line.
Well, you
This
just
is nonsense.
squaring the number to find another number, and the y value also, you do the same to find the numerical value. But what you're doing is you're plotting it on a graph, right? And the graph is an x and a y. It's perpendicular axis. So you're getting the numerical function from the graph, from the position of the point in the graph, to make a new point. And you put these points together. Now, all you're doing is using the points to come up with another number to make another point, to plot that upon the graph. Now, all I'm pointing out is that there's a similar, it sounds exactly the same as Euclid, Pythagoras. But is it, is what I'm asking him. I'm not so sure whether he quite understands the square function and what I'm trying to get across, because what we're trying to do here is simplify the mathematics to a point that people can understand it. And to me, Pythagoras is easy to understand because you're talking about squares, and when you see the squares, you can make a direct understanding between those two. It makes sense. What math is doing right here now, I would consider mathematical sophistry. He's not giving us a reason for what he's doing, although it sounds similar to something that you do understand. What he's trying to do is say, well, not that, but not really give any understanding of what the that is, or what the not that is.
For me, this is strange because I think that all had to do with this Pythagorean theorem with these squares on each on hypotenuse, square on hypotenuse, square on two legs of right angle triangle, and even these squares were divided, for me at least, with like small blocks to see that these blocks, counting these blocks, you can count these little blocks or little squares, this 3, 4, 5. So it is just area divided into little blocks like centimeters or whatever. But it is pure geometrical sense of that theorem. So I don't know why he's talking about some strange equations, algebraic equations. I was taught in school with a triangle and with squares, this theorem, and I got it immediately with that picture.
Yeah. Yeah. Mathematical Sophistry by Flat Earth Math, about a circle and how to get rid of the points by, he says, plotting it on a graph. Now, well, let's see.
Yeah,
And if you square it, it's a square. It's an area function.
Yeah, well, so there's two usage of the word square in just what you said. You have a length on the x-axis. We'll call it 5 units, and you square it. Well, that's 5 squared. 5 times 5 is 25, which happens to be the area of a square, a geometric square that is 5 units on a side. So it's like 5 units in the y direction, 5 units in the x direction. I mean, they're all very, very closely related. The algebraic concept of square is related to
directly related.
Geometric square.
Yeah, directly related to it on a
right,
graph.
Right.
Because you've just mentioned the x, right?
But so I think I might have misunderstood.
So, what's he exactly saying again?
I don't know. Because does he believe that he said that there are two definitions or two
square
ideas of square? No, he just proved that there's one.
It's
right?
just you interpret it as a number.
Yeah, 5 squared specifically relates to 5 units to make a square unit of 5 each. 5 times 5 equals 5. Yes. There will be in the interior of that square, which they want to ignore now because it's just the lines, apparently, boundary lines. But the interior of that square is 5 smaller units across and 5 smaller units down until the whole square is filled. There's going to be 25 of those squares.
Yes, 25. Yes, if you square
right?
it. Yes, if
yes.
you are squaring number or little squares.
Yes. Yeah. So I can't. I don't. Either he's confused or it's like you say. It's sophistry.
Yeah,
pure sophistry.
That's all I'm trying to do. Is trying to simplify this mathematics to a group of people that have probably been put off mathematics because of people like Blue Marble Science and Flat Earth Math, who want to take away this actual square away from what you imagine as a square. It's ridiculous.
This is what maybe I'm behind it because that's how I learned as well in school.
Yeah.
I learned the exponents by counting the squares and getting the idea that yes, I can use 2 axes and apply a 5 to both axes, and I know that 5 times 5 is 25, but we did the work beforehand to show how you get there. And how you get there is you're going to fill a square with smaller squares that happen to be 5 by 5, and you count them up and there's 25. And see, 5 times 5 is 25. Is that not what they're teaching kids anymore? Are they just teaching them exponents or exponents and it's the variable times itself? Is that what they're teaching them? Because I thought education was already bad enough.
Yeah, if they've tried to separate the actual square from the numerical square, then
sounds like
going to be difficult, right?
I would think. Well, it's no wonder why kids would be confused.
Yeah.
And kids become adults.
Yeah, you build a paracosm as a child. Sometimes that paracosm keeps going with you. If you teach a child that they don't know anything about mathematics because you make it so fucking complicated that they can't understand it, then when are they ever going to go round to imagining that they can actually understand what a fucking square is? Sophistry. And now they're coming up with all sorts of weird fucking equations with tons of different letters. It makes no difference. All I'm talking about is the simple stuff. That's what all we are talking about here, guys, Blue Marble Scientists and your sophists, is a square. We're not talking about mx squared times c and adding the y and then what does that equal? We're not bothered about that. We're talking about the function of a square on a graph with x and y that are perpendicular to each other. And then you're plotting a graph on that. And then imagining that none of the internal squares exist. Crazy.
Understood the original connection when you said square. When I said the equation of a circle, which is x squared plus y squared equals r squared.
Uh-huh.
That comes from the Pythagorean theorem.
Yeah, I
A
get
squared
that.
plus
I
b
get. So he does say that the x squared plus y squared equals r squared does come from the Pythagorean theorem. Yet the Pythagorean theorem's about a triangle. Now, this is where the sophistry really comes into play, or whether I'm not too sure whether he understands it. But if you consider the hypotenuse, the diameter, then you can inscribe a circle, a right angle triangle within a circle. So the points of either end of the diameter and the one that's on the circumference will be the right angle. Now, if the position of those points are what he's talking about, and relating it directly to Pythagorean theorem, and then saying it's not got anything to do with the square, then he's a lying shit that simply doesn't understand what the fuck he's talking about. And this is pure sophistry that you're going to hear about. Because the line for the triangle that you're forming the square on lies within the circle that he says doesn't exist. So, here we go. Get that, but what you said afterwards was that you don't think that includes all of the bit inside.
Right, because it's a line. It's a curved path. It's the circumference. If you were to graph x squared plus y squared equals, let's say 1. X squared plus y squared equals 1. You will draw the circumference of a circle that has radius 1 around the origin, 0, 0. It doesn't include any of the interior points. Now, if you wanted to include the
square.
interior,
it's an area.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't include any of the interior points. Now, you could find the area of that circle. That's not a problem. Which is pi r squared. But just the equation of that geometric shape, x squared plus y squared equals 1, does not include any interior points. Like I said, if you wanted to include the interior points, you would just put an inequality in there. X squared plus y
doesn't include any of the interior points of the graph that he's plotting it on. How can you get rid of the graph when you're doing your mathematical thinking? What's going on in his head here? He's literally plotting points on an X and Y graph and then imagining that the X and Y graph that you're plotting the points on doesn't exist. Geometric sophistry. Only available from flat earth math, coming to you straight from Blue Marble Science.
Y squared.
Why pi r squared? Why not just pi diameter, pi times d?
Oh, well, pi d is the circumference. We're talking about,
okay.
His question was on the radius. I'm sorry, on the area, which is pi r squared. But,
no. My question was asking why you would square the X and the Y and then find an answer that doesn't involve the area involved.
That's a very good question, Bev, and I love these conversations because it comes from the Pythagorean theorem. And the Pythagorean theorem just simply relates to
Pythagorean theorem is related entirely around squares of the sides of a triangle. Again,
exactly.
But you don't need them, right? But you don't need those areas. You could prove it using those.
Yeah,
areas.
you can prove it, right?
But if all you did.
So you listen to the sophistry, Rife. It's entirely based around Pythagorean theorem, which uses the square. But now you don't need the square. But you do need the square to prove it, but you don't need the square. I mean, what's he talking about? What's going on? Is he in aporia right now, struggling to work out what he's saying? I think he is.
Yeah,
So
your
you
question
need
is really
to
great.
prove. You need to prove.
No. But once you get past the proof, you could just start with a right triangle, no areas in sight, and just say, I know the length of one leg, I know the length of the other leg. I can do a squared plus b squared, and that will give me c squared.
The triangle
right.
lies on a plane and therefore
Yes.
has an area.
Oh, sure, but we're
You've
not
got rid of
calculating the
it.
area.
You just keep getting rid of
No.
it.
I'm not getting rid of anything. I'm just not including it in my calculation.
And by
Oh,
not, not getting rid of it, but not including. This is
it's amazing, isn't it? It's amazing what these guys are talking about and what they think. I don't know. It's nice that they come round here to explain this to us, though. They open their minds.
by the way,
us in on
extremity
what's
of the
going on.
plane is line. So you can cut a plane to smaller, limited plane, and this plane will have area.
Right. I'm not saying that you don't have area, or that a circle doesn't have an area, or a triangle doesn't have an area. I didn't say any of that. I'm just saying the mathematics of raising something to the second power. Maybe it might be easier if I just say that. You know, a to the second power plus b to the second power equals c to the second power. It's just a mathematical way of just saying I'm just multiplying that thing by itself, and I'm not actually.
Yes, you're
calculating the
making
area
a
of something.
square.
Yes.
Well,
For
you
fuck's
can
sake.
draw it with a square.
No,
You
the whole
can-
point, Math, is when I said to you, how can you do that equation and say that the internal part of the circle, which is on the plane, doesn't equate to what you're talking about when it quite clearly does?
So the equation.
Because you're
of a
saying, no,
circle-
wait a minute, you go back to it. You're saying that the modern definition that just uses the first part of the definition, the actual definition of Euclid,
Yes,
right? Why are you getting rid of that second part of it?
because it's well, actually, that's
It's
a good
still
question.
actually
I
part
don't
of
know
the
the origin
circle.
of it, but I'm not doing it. I'm just saying all of modern geometry defines a circle as a set of points equidistant.
I think
It does not
most modern geometry understands that the circle is a two-dimensional figure.
Yeah, no argument there.
But you're getting rid of
but
it.
No.
Yes, you
No,
are.
the question-
Because
no,
you
no.
only read in half of the definition and you're
No,
feeling satisfied with that because
Okay.
that helps you imagine
Okay.
that the 2D circle isn't there.
All right, Bev, let's update the modern definition to include the word plane or planar. So Euclid said that a circle is a planar figure. I'm paraphrasing. Euclid said a circle is a planar figure that has all the set of all points equidistant from a center point and all points therein. And so the modern definition is, I'm sorry, my phone's ringing, is that a circle is a planar figure. Notice I'm including the plane. It's a planar figure that's the set of all points equidistant from a center point. And then it stops there. You know, so we're still in a plane. The modern definition still says a circle is in a plane. It just doesn't include all the interior points like Euclid
You
did.
just did.
And how is it on a plane?
It's contradictory in terms. I mean, what's going on?
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
He's like, yeah, you can have that, but not that. Straight after. Like, yeah, it's on a plane, but not of any of the bit inside the plane. This is Blue Marble sophistry. You should be proud of him, Blue. You should get a Flat Earth Math over there to teach all of you. Then all of you can come and talk to us about it and just leave him Math to do it on his own. Poor guy. And there's nobody else other than Math, is there, that can do this Blue Marble geometry. The new stuff, like just sophistry, really. That's all you've got. That's all you've ever had. No arguments, no proofs, no geometry, just pure sophistry. It's going to get a little bit more difficult from now on, though, I would imagine.
2,300 years
You just
ago.
said that.
I'm sorry?
You said it all points from the center.
No, equidistant, which is the circumference.
All points equidistant,
center
but
point.
all
It's
points
all
a
points equidistant from the
centimeter
center.
away from the center are all
Whatever-
equidistant.
Right.
Even if the
You pick a
circle's
radius,
5 centimeter radius, all
pick a
points at
radius.
half a millimeter away from the center will be
Right.
equidistant.
Right. Each one of those draws what you would call a circumference.
They
I
would be
call it a
part
circle.
of the circle.
Yeah, but I would call it a circle. Saragaki would call it the circumference. And I think we're talking about the same thing.
No.
You-
If
you-
this, see, here we go again. Saragaki would call it a circle. I think everybody else would call it a circle, but everyone else would call it a circumference. He would call that circumference a circle without needing to have all of the points in the middle as well, which is slightly different. But this is the new modern geometry definition that Flat Earth Math is handing over as his gift to the Blue Marble scientists. The redefinition of geometry for the modern day sophist. Blue Marble science. Circle is 5 centimeter radius, and you
Yes.
take all points equidistant from the center. That means
Yes.
all points like 1 centimeter equidistant from the center. They are also part of the
No.
circle.
No.
Yes.
No, because that's
Yes,
not 5.
yes,
no,
they
because
are.
that's not 5 centimeters from the center.
You-
If you define your radius to be 5, then you can't say, oh, well, something that's 1 centimeter away matches the definition. No, because it's not 5 centimeters away from the center. Okay, but you can do that if you use an
Distance.
inequality. That was the thing that I said earlier.
all
You
points
can write
1
an
centimeter
inequality.
would be equidistant from the center, and thus, therefore, part of the circle.
No, because equidistant
Yes.
is only the circumference. Only the circumference
All
is equidistant.
points equidistant, not just
Right.
the points at the length of the radius.
Well, okay, so
all
I think,
points.
I think what you're misunderstanding is the word equidistant. The word equidistant means having one common distance, not less than or equal to. It's not a range of distances. It's one distance. So it's the difference between
Oh shit, that's not what
the
he's saying.
circumference versus the circumference and the shaded area within.
Shaded area.
Yes, because circumference is encompassing area, and this circumference with encompassed area is called circle, like square. If we are talking about square, we are not talking about boundary of the square. We are talking about whole area with boundary. Same with the circle. So I don't know why are you trying to do some special pleading fallacy here.
Well,
For a
I'm
circle.
just quoting modern mathematicians.
He's just quoting modern mathematicians.
But
Where?
I don't,
Where was his quote? I've not seen him quote anything.
of course he is not. And by the way, I just realized that he is getting rid of radius. Because
Yeah.
if he's talking about center point and point on the circumference, so what happened to all points along the radius?
Yeah, that's
They
what I was trying to
disappear.
explain there, yeah. All points along there would be equidistant all the way from the center to the outside. All points. That was my point when he said all points. Not just the set of points at a certain distance. He says all points. Which is the bit I think that he's going to fail on. He's missed out on that. His sophistry's not quite working.
Yes, he killed his
Yeah.
argument, I think.
It's a self-refuting fallacy that he's trying to put out here for the Blue Marble scientists, but they'll love that. Shout out Wally and the stolen concept. We'll get around to yours soon, Blue. Nice work though, Wally. Nicely done.
Here, I'm putting this into chat.
You might be quoting them, but I think you're misunderstanding them. All points equidistant would be all points equidistant.
But what does equidistant mean? It means one distance, one common distance for a given circle. I mean, you could pick a radius.
No, not one distance for any circle. It's like all of the distances equidistant.
Well, no, then it's no longer equidistant.
What isn't equidistant?
Then you no longer have a circle because you've shaded all points in the plane.
Well, all points at 1 centimeter from the circle, from the center.
But you've also shaded all points 5 centimeters, and you've also shaded
and
all points 10 centimeters.
every point in between, all of the points,
right, which means
all of them from the center outwards to the circumference. Every point that is equidistant, as his circles are.
You've just shaded the entire plane.
The entire circle. Yes.
No, the entire plane.
No, the entire circle.
When do you stop? When do you stop shading?
Where the circle ends.
Where? Give me a number.
He wants to reduce it to a number along a line, length of the radius. He wants that number. But he thinks it doesn't include all of the points from the center to that point. Strange, like paper says. He's doing away with all points along the radius. And he's trying to get away from the center as well. He's trying to get rid of the center point. Very interesting. Whatever number you want to put for the circle.
No. Well, you pick a number. Pick a number for the radius.
How about the unit? We'll have a unit radius.
Like 1. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Constance as well. I'm looking in the chat. Blue doesn't realize he's doing it. It's part of the Blue Marble scientific community. Those sort of comments. That's what Blue Marble scientists do. That's their normal talk. And you're not really allowed to mention anything because they take that as an insult. If you point out a contradiction to a Blue Marble scientist, that is what they consider an insult. Pointing out contradictions. They don't see things as like what Blue Marble and Wally does in the chat. They don't see that as an insult at all. That's their superior intellect coming through. That's how they express how clever they are. They're Blue Marble scientists, of course.
So it seems that what you're arguing is that if you have a circle with radius 1, that includes all points equidistant that are 5 centimeters from the center, as well as a half centimeter from the center.
That's also part of the circle, yes.
That means the circle will never end because you'll have points that are 1,000,000 kilometers away from the center. And those are shaded
5
as well.
centimeters, you don't know. At any distance from the center. At any distance. Yeah.
But that's not the definition of equidistant.
What isn't the definition of equidistant?
Meaning just a range of values. Equidistant means one value that is used commonly for the entire circle.
One distance for radius. So when you are drawing a circle, a circumference, you have already established length of the radius. So you are not changing this length of the radius.
Yeah, so that would result in none of the interior points being shaded. The only points that will be shaded are the points in the circumference.
Would be all of the points along the radius.
And the radius have points also.
No, those are not included because those are not equidistant.
What do you mean they're not included?
They're not.
It says all points.
Equidistant. Not just it doesn't say all points. It says all points equidistant.
Yeah.
Which
we did go over this.
Pointless radius.
Yeah. But didn't we go over this, like the vagueness, the ambiguity within words within the sophistry, the fallacies, that he's trying to separate all points from all points equidistant, as though they're different. All points equidistant, he thinks, means just the circumference, the distance, that one, not all points. Like we say, along the line, all of those points. He's not saying that. He doesn't mean that. He just means all points equidistant. But he can't see that all points equidistant means the entire circle. He thinks it extends beyond if you open it up to all points.
Which means you have to pick a distance, like pick a length of a piece of a string, 5 centimeters, let's say.
That's not the way it works for a circle.
Well, or you could pick or make a compass where the pointy bit and the pencil are 5 centimeters apart.
I think that was a mistake there. Did you catch it?
Pencil, it means that he is using a line.
He changed.
And if he is using a line, it means a line has points lying within the line. But he said before that these points are not included.
Yeah.
So he is making things impossible.
Listen to this change, right?
Not just that.
Not-
If I can add in,
Go on.
if I could, before you go forward. So back to what Paper said earlier on in this discussion, which is a planar figure encloses a space, correct? If there's no points from the center onward, if it doesn't include all points, what the hell is it enclosing?
Yes.
Right?
So,
Are not all points within that circumference part of what the space is that it's enclosing? Then how could they be excluded? It's ridiculous.
they cannot. They have to be included because their distance is smaller than distance to circumference. So distance to circumference is the largest. Everything what is smaller, it has to be inside. So
Of course, or else it's not including this. It's not doesn't have the space. It's not enclosing a space.
it doesn't make any sense what he's saying, because you have to include, because the distance between interior points to the center is smaller. And if we have something smaller and the whole is the largest, it means that part has to belong to the whole. You cannot exclude part from the whole. Just nonsense.
Mm-hmm. It
Equidistant
says
from the center.
all points. Listen.
Equidistant. Not just it doesn't say all points. It says all points equidistant.
Yeah.
Which means you have to pick a distance, like pick a length of a piece of a string.
There you go. That's the mistake.
Yes,
The
pencil is now
length
straight
of a
string.
piece of string. No, he says the string first and then switches it to the pencil.
Okay.
Right? So he says a length of string and realizes, well, the string's there. Like you can't get rid of the string.
The string
Can
has
ya?
all the points that make up the string. Doesn't
Yeah.
it?
By
So
the way,
that's a mistake.
this string for me is inside
Yeah.
the square.
Exactly. That's
So-
where he made the problem. The radius. If you imagine a string, then you imagine the piece of string, right? Which includes all of the string. That's a problem. And then what he does straight away, sophists realizing it.
5 centimeters, let's say.
That's not the way it works for a circle.
Well, or
I'm
you
sorry.
could pick or make a compass where the
See?
pointy bit
Compass.
and the pencil are 5 centimeters apart.
There you go. It's easier to do a compass with the pointy bit and the pencil because there isn't actually something there in between. Clever. Sophists working overtime.
And then
There
use
is
that
still the
compass to
point of the
draw a
compass, though.
circumference.
Yeah.
Right? There's still the point of the even if he wanted to go that route, even if we granted him that, there's still the point that the compass meets the paper. The compass meets the paper.
Yeah, which is
So
where
that,
immediately
you can't
then you
exclude
go to
that.
the sphere. Yeah, that's the problem, right? He wants to then do it and imagine that the circumference is the thing, so you have to then place them on the sphere, which I would imagine that's where he goes to, because the moment you do the compass, you've introduced the compass, and now he has to attempt sophistry involving the compass.
Okay, and so where the pencil point is dragging on your paper is exactly all the points on that sheet of paper in a plane that are 5 centimeters from the pointy bit. Okay, and so that pencil will never, hit any place in the interior of that circle, because the compass is fixed at a 5 centimeter radius.
You're focused on the pencil.
Draw the circumference.
You're focused on the pencil.
Well, however you want to draw it, but equidistant means with one distance. It doesn't mean less than or equal to. Equidistant does not mean less than or equal to.
Does it say? Wouldn't that be unidistant? If it was one.
Yes, not so equal distance doesn't mean one distance. No.
Mm-hmm.
He made mistake.
Mm-hmm.
This is not the same.
Yeah, that's right. A blue marble scientist made a mistake exposing his sophistry. Imagine that. Unidistant.
So if you have a 5 centimeter radius circle that does not include 4 and 3 and 2, it's only 5. It's exactly 5 and no other number besides.
So
5.
are you saying equal means 1?
I'm saying equidistant means a common value. You pick.
Yeah, but
the
you
number.
said it doesn't mean less than or equal to. Equidistant
No.
doesn't mean equal to.
It does not mean less than. Okay, does not mean less than. Does not mean greater than.
It doesn't
But it
mean
could mean
one,
equal to.
though, does it? It doesn't mean one value.
Yes, it doesn't
It does
mean
mean one value. You pick a value for a circle.
No.
Say, I want a 5 centimeter radius circle. All right, your number is 5 for that circle. You could pick another number for another circle. Say 10. All right, that's your number. That's your radius for that circle.
You can create multiple or infinite number of circles inside that circle.
Right, but those are different circles. That's not the one circle.
No. They are part.
See, this is again another sophistry. He's trying to say now we're talking about the length of a radius. Well, for the circle, yeah. But he's trying to get rid of the actual radius and all of the points along the radius.
How nobody can see this, right? I'm with you. It's sophistry. It has to be sophistry. Anybody that's drawn a circle with a compass on graph paper knows that all of the points inside of that circle are part of the circle. Everybody knows this.
Like radius.
Yeah, exactly.
If you
if you drew a circle and you had the XY coordinates labeled, and you had the 0 at the corner point, like a normal graph, you drew a circle somewhere in that XY coordinate, the plane, all points. If you said point 2 dash or 2 comma 5, is that in the circle? Yes. How about 3.4? Is that in the circle? Yes. Holy crap, all those points are in the circle. What the hell is he saying? It's got to be sophistry.
Definitely.
Geometric sophistry. Blue marble science.
Yeah.
It's a new one. Part of the new maths. Modern definition of maths. Which is just made up by blue marble sophists. On the spot about a circle. Can you imagine the nerve of somebody to be able to come in and try and redefine a circle for modern mathematics? Fantastic. These people are claimed to be teachers. It's troubling, I'd say.
Part of this circle.
But they're no longer equidistant. The points are no longer equidistant. You're now less than.
They are equidistant along this smaller and smaller circumference.
You just changed the value of the radius.
You
are changing the value of a radius. You're drawing other circles.
He's not. He's just including all points along the radius as he forms the equidistant circle. to include the whole circle.
What you're doing is you're having an infinite number of values, and that is the
just
the opposite of
including
what
the
equidistant
entire
means.
circle. That's all we're doing, Math. It's you that's one out of here because you're wanting just to have the circumference.
You have to. Well, no, I'm just saying it's the modern definition, and so now it seems that
what the modern definition is that. There we go again. He's stating that it's just the modern definition without him saying the modern definition. Unless Flat Earth Math thinks he has the ability to state the modern definition and claim it as his definition. He's the one that's defining it. Perhaps that's what he means.
But he is adding something because he said that modern definition is that these points are equidistant. This modern definition is not saying that points inside the circumference are excluded, but he is excluding. He said many times that he is excluding points on radius and points inside from center to circumference that he's excluding. And definition, modern definition, is not saying that these points are excluded. This is his addition, or maybe his own understanding of modern definition only.
Yeah, I think he's thinking he has the power to define the modern definition within mathematics, to be his understanding of what a circle has to be. This is, to me, this is model affliction to the extreme. The model affliction dictates that the circle can't be the whole thing upon a plane because you might be able to orientate a circle horizontally, and that'd be awkward as fuck. Because they'd obviously come up against problems being able to orientate anything horizontally. You can imagine a circle on a horizontal plane, how difficult that would be. The circle is just the circumference.
I'm sorry?
Are you saying the modern definition within mathematics is that a circle is just the circumference?
That's correct. That is the modern definition. Absolutely.
Do you hear that?
Yep, and
I'm going to go back again.
Wonderful.
The modern definition. Here we go. Listen to it again.
And so now it seems that
what the modern definition is that the circle is just the circumference.
I'm sorry?
Are you saying the modern definition within mathematics is that a circle is just the circumference?
That's correct. That is the modern definition. Absolutely.
There you go. Clip that.
I would say that this is his understanding of modern definition.
Mm-hmm.
Because if he said that there are points equidistant, and he's saying that this is one distance, this is the first point when he is converting, let's say, modern definition into his understanding. The second is excluding interior points or interior plane from the circle. So there are 2 points where he is going beyond definition. In fact, first is excluding points. The second is I've lost my track.
Go on, well, I'll play this. Go on. Sorry, I don't want to.
Okay. Play around once more.
It'll come back. The modern definition. There we go. I think that.
And so now it seems that
what the modern definition is that the circle is just the circumference.
I'm sorry?
Are you saying the modern definition within mathematics is that a circle is just the circumference.
That's correct. That is the modern definition. Absolutely.
Wow.
Okay, so so that is only circumference. This is the second point. So excluding points inside and saying, which is a consequence of that, that the part is a whole. So that circumference is circle. So they are two-folded, let's say, going beyond modern definition, because modern definition is not saying, if he is quoting, of course, this definition correctly. So he is going beyond modern definition. He's creating his own definition, or his own understanding of modern definition, because modern definition doesn't say that only circumference is a circle and is not excluding interior points. There are two his own additions to that modern definition. So I would say that he is not quoting definition. He's just only understanding, or reinterpreting of definition.
Axiom 9 within Euclid's Elements, at least the book I have anyway, states the whole is greater than its part. Well, I would say that the circumference is a part of a circle. So therefore the circle must be greater than its part. You cannot have a part of a circle being equal to the whole, which again proves sophistry rife within this man.
Yes, he violates two principles, that part cannot be greater, or even cannot be equal
Yeah.
to the whole, and the second, similar, that part is not a whole. So it cannot be the same thing. Part of thing cannot be a thing. That's why circumference, being part of a circle, cannot be a circle.
So good within the axioms of the foundations of mathematics. And as you can see, flat earth math and the blue marble scientists are, well, they're sort of rewriting the foundations of mathematics. Like the true sophists, they are.
Definitely.
Defying logic.
Yeah.
It's simply defying logic.
Absolutely, because what you just stated about the whole being more than the sum of its parts is going to law of identity as well, right? Like if you think about a car, a spark plug is a part of a car, but it's not a car. Law of identity. A circumference cannot be a circle because it's part of a circle. Law of identity.
Yep.
Yes. The circle is the circle, and the circumference is a part of the circle, as is the center. An arc, a chord, they're all parts, the diameter, they're all parts of the circle, and none of them can be the whole, because the circle is the whole. It's already defined as such. Blue marble sophists are attempting to redefine geometric terms, the very foundations of mathematics. It's a brave move, but I guess this is where we're at. It's 2023.
By the way, circumference is a line, and it is extremity of a circle. So again, extremity of something cannot be this something.
Okay.
So what is boundary of?
Was that you on the thing?
Okay. I think that I am in this conversation. I'm going to say what I'm now going to say.
Go on then. Do you want to say it, or do you want to let you say it?
Let me say it.
let you say it, and if you don't say it right, let us know and you can say it again. All right, here we go.
Circle.
But you can call it the circumference. But
no, that's the circle.
If you draw,
no, that's the modern
shape,
definition of a circle.
The modern definition of a circle. And
well, you can't have it being the circumference as well.
You could refer to. You could also call it an arc.
No,
right? You could call it 360 degrees of arc.
There is serious problem.
There's lots of ways of referring to this.
Charles, there's a problem here. Houston, we have a problem because if, as I said before, if the circle is only circumference, it means that boundary of circle is circle. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, now we're playing word games, but I'm just trying to use very clear language.
This is implication. This is implication of this definition or your interpretation of this definition.
Right? Ain't your definition shitting on Pythagoras?
No, it's well.
Did you like the way that he said that you're playing word games?
Yes. So when he is violating first principles of reasoning, and when I pointed out this fact, this is word game.
It's you playing word games, yeah.
Yeah.
Very, very clever. The tactics of the blue marble sophists they're pretty shit, really, when you break it down. That's you, that is what he's saying, really. So, oh, you've spotted me, I'll just say, no, that's you. You're the one that's doing that, not me.
Yes, well, I am too pedantic.
The equation of a circle is based on Pythagoras. It uses the Pythagorean theorem as its foundation.
So he's segueing to equation again. Still, there is error here. Circle cannot be boundary of the circle. So, because this part is not a whole.
Well, but that's you're just.
And remember again, the equation of a circle is based upon Pythagorean. Now, Pythagorean is a squared plus b squared equals c squared, which is definitely a square. And a square is not the sum of the boundaries.
Yes, this is area.
Yeah.
A square means
the entire square.
Yes, square on the side of the triangle.
Not the perimeter. That's different, yeah. Completely different. But he's trying to equate the circle with the circumference and the square with the perimeter, perhaps. Makes sense, but I'm not too sure whether he's going to do that. He might get stuck.
Just getting into word games and
this is logic.
And saying, this definition, counteracts that or, contradicts that definition. You could draw a picture of a circle and you could refer to that curved edge many different ways. And there's no problem in mathematics with referring to that curved edge as an arc, as a circumference, or as a circle. All right. There's nobody in math is saying, oh my gosh, you're not allowed to call it a circumference. You can only call it a circle. And nobody's arguing the reverse. They're all, they're all different ways of referring to the same thing. It all depends on the context.
I would emphasize that about your formula.
The x squared plus y squared equals r squared.
What's the x and the y? Is that like a diameter?
No, those are. You start with radius, and then you can solve for all possible xy pairs. So the solution.
So you start with the r.
Yes, you start with a radius, and then whatever two numbers for x and y that cause that equation to be true, plot a point there. So if r is 5.
Listen to how many times he says r. within this thing here now, right? And remember, he doesn't actually think R is part of the circle. The compartmentalization that's going on here is fantastic. He doesn't want R to be part of his circle, yet listen to how many times he's going to use it.
Then the point 3 comma 4 will work. The point 4 comma 3 will work. Point -3 comma +4 will work.
So you're talking about points. Are you squaring points?
Well, I'm not squaring points. I'm squaring the x value. You know, when I say a point in a coordinate plane, you have an x coordinate and a y coordinate.
Yeah. And you're squaring the coordinate.
I'm squaring the coordinates. I'm squaring the x coordinate and I'm squaring the y coordinate. And you add them together, and then that equals the square of the radius. Or I should say radius raised to the 2nd power. So I'm not using the S word.
Can you explain me, just walk me through? So, remembering that he's basing this upon Pythagoras, and he's got a coordinate where the x is and a coordinate where the y is, and having that equal to the square of the radius. Where's the circle involved in this? If he's relating it to Pythagoras and plotting it upon an XY graph.
That would be only with 2 radii in a right angle. So,
but wouldn't the radius be one of the x or the y? Both the x and the y, actually.
Yes, if they are at this right angle, yes. So, but this naming them as radii doesn't make any sense in that instance.
No, see, that's what's getting me, right? Because if the x and the y coordinates are the radius.
They may be. They can be. You can use them as radii, of course.
Okay, so if they be equal to the radius squared, so if the x and the y coordinates along the x and the y are actually the radius, then they would be equal to, like, the hypotenuse, wouldn't they? You know, using the Pythagorean formula, like, none of them would be the hypotenuse. If the x squared plus the y squared equals the radius squared, then wouldn't the radius be the hypotenuse within that formula?
No, because it would be not equal distance to the center of the coordinate system.
But if it's based upon Pythagoras, then how would you get that equation to work out based upon Pythagoras? X squared plus y squared equals r squared. R squared would have to be the hypotenuse, surely, if the x and the y were plotted on the x and y graph that you've just drawn the circle around.
Yes, for me, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. It's all right, Blue. I'll wait for your video. You and Flat Earth Math. Maybe Flat Earth Math will put it in his thing, in his video that he's going to do.
Well, he's saying that he's in the live chat.
Yeah,
It's a Discord chat. He's saying that he's trying to stay on topic. He doesn't want too long. We suspected that his 3rd video might be very long if it was the rebuttal to the rebuttal to the rebuttal. So I think he's on board with that. He's trying to keep it to under 15 minutes. So I don't know when we're going to get that topic you're talking about from him. It'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, I've got the video on, so it's interesting the fact that they like to change this of what the actual discussion is, getting rid of the internal points of the circle, yet he wants to use a theorem based upon Pythagorean theorem, right, within a formula which sounds exactly the same as Pythagorean theorem, just with x's and y's and r's instead of a, b and c. Otherwise everything else is the same. So I don't see how it gets to be a circle or the circumference Hey, but hey, that's just me. Simple mathematics. I'm trying to keep this simple for people to understand. And I think the guys that are adding unnecessary complication to it should be the guys that should have to explain it. I mean, they sound like the experts. True, mathematically squaring a point.
We're not squaring a point. We're squaring the x coordinate and the y coordinate.
Yeah, so
you don't like
you
me
mean
using
what
the
you're
word
talking
square-
about is the length then from the 0 to whatever
but
it
you
is
could
on
also
the
have
x.
a negative, but it's a directed length, which means you can have a negative x coordinate and a negative y coordinate, and vice versa. So
It depends where you draw the circle on the graph, right? Or are
Oh,
you
the
always
center.
you're
Right,
always
right.
starting
But
at 0?
at
But
0,
you are
0.
creating,
Yes,
you are creating
yes, that is
area.
that is not the generic definition of all equations of circles. That's the generic definition of circles that are centered at 0, 0. Yes.
Centered at 0, 0. It's nice. So the x and the y are at a point. And he's using and equating that point to Pythagorean theorem. Interesting, really. I can't work out what he's actually talking about. Okay, right. Well, let me just run you through this, right? So
Okay.
let's say, for instance, you've got x and y, right? And you've got,
Okay.
let's say, your radius is 5, for instance.
Okay.
Right. Now, let's say you start that at 0. So on the x-axis, you will go up to 5, right? Because you've just drawn
yeah,
your
you go
circle.
5, right? 5
so-
squares to the right. So,
So,
we're
so
centered
that
at 0, 0.
x square would be 5 square, but you've just started
Yes.
out with r as
right.
being
so 5
5.
squared, and then the y is 0. So 5 squared plus 0 squared is 25, and I'm saying that 25 is r squared.
Is 0,
That means r has to
0
be 5.
squared 0?
0 squared is 0. 0 times itself. That's all. To square a number simply means to multiply that number by itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Okay.
but doesn't
yeah,
times in
you're-
anything by 0 get you 1?
No, that's impossible.
Is that impossible? Times in 0 by anything gets you 1. Does it?
According to
Or is that impossible?
modern convention, yes.
Oh, but that's impossible. Flat Earth Math said that's impossible. Do you want to hear him say it again?
It means that he should reconsider his algebraic conundrum on his film.
Yeah. I would thought that. Seeing as he was the one that pointed that out, his little trick that he did in the first video. But listen to this again. Interesting.
That's all. To square a number simply means to multiply that number by itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Okay.
but doesn't
yeah,
times in
you're-
anything by 0 get you 1?
No, that's impossible.
Doesn't times in anything by 0 get you 1? Flat Earth Math says, no, that's impossible. I'd agree with him.
I agree too.
Yeah,
yes.
me too. Well done. Totally impossible for you to be able to times
you need
anything
to,
by 0 and make
figure out
1.
if they fixed the
Hot mic.
So your example is great because you said we're 5 units, to the right on the x-axis. So that is the point 5, 0, the ordered pair 5, 0, and it's 5 squared plus 0 squared equals r squared, which you settle it down and you get the radius of 5.
Yeah, so you drew. So that is based upon Pythagoras, he says. A triangle with 5 as being one length and the other length being a 0. Therefore, the hypotenuse, r squared, is 5. Wait a minute, isn't that just a straight line? Like, how can that straight line be based upon Pythagoras? Is he contradicting himself? Because, I mean, I'm pretty sure Pythagoras didn't do Pythagoras for lines.
Yes, for triangle.
Strange, isn't it? Strange, isn't it, that every time you work this out, you work out the length of the radius? Which, surely you've just drawn a fucking circle. You know how long the radius is. What sort of mathematics is this? Draw a circle of radius 5 and then do this and you'll find out that the radius is 5. Well, genius.
But then not include the radius in the circle.
Yeah, and just get rid of the actual inside of the circle. And he supposes that's Pythagoras. That's based on Pythagoras. Whereas every time you do it, he thinks you're just working out the length of the radius that you already know. Even when within the mathematical thing that we've just described, it was 5 and 0. When have you ever known Pythagoras to have a length of the side of a triangle 0? Flat Earth math. This is new mathematics. The circle of 5. And then you said
5.
Yeah, the X blue with 0 times anything is 1, is it not? Or is it impossible, blue marble science? I know it's very good for you to have this idea that 0 times 0 is a different number.
Cheeky trying to get up here and cuddle up with Zeus.
Paige, hot mic.
You want me to move, do you? There you go. You can
Paige
sit
even
next to
know?
Zeus.
Can somebody sort that for us, please? Would also be on 5 because you've just drawn a circle
right.
for 5.
Right.
What did we gain from this?
Well, what I would say is
did you want
don't
me,
draw the
did
circle
you?
first.
Somebody let Paige know. Muted her.
Right, don't draw the circle
but
first.
You said you have to have the R, don't you? You have to have the R.
Sure. You have right. If you establish R, then all that equation says is find all the possible points that cause that equation to be true. And there's many of them.
But you've just drawn the circle. You can see the
5,
circle.
0.
You can see it's 5 on the X and Y. It'd go
Right, but there are
5
many
on
other
the
points.
Y as well, wouldn't it?
Right, 0, 5, 0, -5, and then -5, 0. But those are just 4 points. There are other points like 3, 4. 3, 4 satisfies that equation. So does 4, 3. So does -3, +4. And so now you're up to.
He's using a 3, 4, 5 there. Maybe that's what he thinks Pythagoras is.
This is Egyptian triangle. This is just best example because you don't need to go into strange numbers. You have simple 3, so 9, 4, so 16 and 25. So you can root easily these numbers. So that's why.
It's easy to see when you draw the graph as well, because you'd have 3 along one axis, 4 along the other axis, leaving the radius as the 5. It's a 3, 4, 5 triangle. that triangle is internal to the circle.
Yes.
It's the sine and cosine. But, I mean, I don't know whether people have realised that or not. The function of the sine and the cosine and the lengths of the sides of the triangles involved internally to the circle. But that's all stuff that Flat Earth Math wants to get rid of. He doesn't want that triangle to be internal to the circle. He doesn't even want the function of the sine and the cosine to be internal to the circle because he wants to get rid of it. Modern mathematics, he says, has got rid of the sine and the cosine function of this right-angled triangle based within the circle. It's going to be interesting, this new mathematics that Flat Earth Math is bringing to the Blue Marble scientists. Very interesting. He seems to be shitting all over the actual geometry. Trigonometry, the sine and the cosine function, all of that. Flat Earth Math and the Blue Marble scientists. This is your best man, Blue Marble Science. He's your best you've got. He's the only one that can talk about it. Some fun times ahead.
2. I guess, what is it? 1, 2, that's 8. It's, you got 12 points. And if you graphed all 12 of those points,
do
you
all
would
of those
start to
points
see,
belong on the circle? Or are
Yes.
they just sort of floating?
Oh,
But you said the
they're
circle
all
was
on the
just the circumference before.
well, I'm
But
trying
now
to...
now all of these points are on the circle when you're
Well-
drawing it on a graph, on an X and Y plane.
the yes to all of the above. I prefer to use the word circumference to measure
Is that
length.
not contradictory, right?
you know,
Thinking that
yeah,
it does, but it also doesn't.
Well, I've already said earlier that in modern usage, you could refer to the circumference of a circle as the circle, or you could say it's 360 degrees of arc, and no one's gonna say you just contradicted yourself. No,
Because
these
everybody
are-
understands already that a
these are-
circle's
these
a
are-
two-dimensional figure.
and there's no argument there. But the point that
There's no argument for a circle to be a two-dimensional figure yet. He doesn't want the two-dimensional figure of a circle to be actually there. I believe that's what he's arguing about. I can't really understand what the Blue Marble Sophists are attempting to do here within this conversation. It's a circle. So easy.
I'm trying to make is
Why
that
do you keep
if you
trying
have
to
the set of
reduce it to a circumference then?
because that's the modern definition of a circle, and it's very easy to graph with algebra, which had not been invented at the time of Euclid.
But it's very easy to graph algebra that hadn't been invented in the times of Euclid. Listen to him.
Yes, extrapolation. That's called extrapolation.
Algebra
Alright,
is
so
just
that-
using X and Y's that lie within the plane.
Well, algebra goes a lot further than that. You're not restricted to x's and y's. It's
As far as
it's
you've
doing-
just explained with your
Oh.
formula, was that algebraic?
yes,
Right,
yes,
so
but
that's
you're
the
not
one that
restricted.
we're fucking talking about, not another
Yeah.
one that isn't that one that we're talking about. All right.
Right.
I mean, I know. See, this is what annoys me within this. We're talking about x squared and y squared, and we're talking about that. And then you say algebra involving the x and the y, and he says, no, it doesn't have to have that. It could have an A and a B. It could have something else. But are we talking about that something else of algebra? Or are we talking about this particular one that he's talking about here? The sophistry within the Blue Marble Science group of people is plainly obvious to see. We're talking about an X and Y coordinate that lies within a plane, obviously, on a graph. But he wants to get rid of the plane. Once he's drawn the circle takes all precedent, which it's very strange that he doesn't want the center, that he just wants the circumference. Sort of denying the monad. Interesting. No, there are other formulas, right? We all understand there are other formulas.
And you can have one-dimensional algebra. So this happens to be two-dimensional algebra, which you can draw.
You're using the
in
x and the y, aren't you?
Yes, we're using x and y.
Okay, so you're going to use algebra with just the x.
Yes, you could do lots of algebra with only one variable. Lots of creative word problems. Johnny has a bunch of marbles, and then he gives half of them away, and now he has 10 marbles. Well, then you could say 1/2 of x equals 10. That's an algebraic equation. One half of x equals 10. Well, it's pretty obvious that x is 20. That's
Can we get back to why you're including all of the points within the circle and then pretending that those don't actually apply to modern mathematics?
Well, no, I'm just saying that the modern definition of a circle doesn't include all those interior points.
But then you give us an... Said it again. The modern day definition doesn't include it, but he's never stated it. Where is this stated? Or is this just something that the Blue Marble Sophists are going to come round here?
Where is it documented? What's the history of it? How did somebody decide that a circle doesn't include all the space that it encloses? Amazing.
It's really weird, right? We've got Blue Marble Science and Wally and Petey. So that's at least 3 of them in the chat here. And none of them want to be bothered about why math is trying to get rid of the internal points of the circle. They're just sat there asking stupid questions about the x and y. Well, the x and y are obviously on a graph that shows the plane.
And this definition is not excluding anything. And because Euclid's definition is saying explicitly about plane, so if in modern definition is contradiction to Euclid that this is not a plane, it should be mentioned in that definition. If it is not, it means that it includes plane. So flat earth math mentioning about excluding something is not within modern definition, I would say, because this modern definition, if is contradicting Euclid, it has to be stated there that it does not include interior points. Simple. If it does not mention that, it means that it includes, because there is previous definition, Euclid's definition, which states that. This is simple. If even in the progression of science, if someone is contradicting, this contradiction has to be expressed in definition. If it is not expressed in definition, a new definition, it means that, let's say, old conditions of old definition has to hold. Simple.
I don't want to say that Blue Marble Science has got men on his mind, but check this one out, guys. You're going to like this. Is there something sacred about X and Y, Bev? Can you use P and Q in their place? What would you say? Well, I'd say X and Y are a function on a graph, and everybody knows what X and Y graphs are. So I'd say that's why he used X and Y within this particular place. It's very geometric. But then he says, how about if we replace X and Y and Z with Bev Mobius, and Kevin. Can we now
Squared?
write the
Squared.
equation? Yeah. We're going. We're Pythagorizing Bev, Mobius, and Kevin here with Bev squared plus Mobius squared equals Kevin squared. It's always Kevin. Kevin's always got to be the hypotenuse, of course. Would that change the equation in any way?
This is brilliant.
Yeah. Like
We may have to
Marble
ponder
science.
this for a while.
Yeah. Does anybody else want to try and join us in the understanding of blue marble science, wanting to Pythagorize people?
Can you get a spot? I mean, to the people that typically listen to us or come into the Discord, do you have what it takes to get on this list? I mean, right now it's Bev squared plus Mobius squared equals Kevin squared. I have no idea how I got to be the equals in that equation. I'm honored, though.
You be the hypotenuse always.
I am honored, Blue. I appreciate it.
He likes to keep his eye on the right angle. That's why Kevin. But, I mean, can you Pythagorize people? Would it make any sense?
No,
it wouldn't,
it
would
doesn't.
No. So, would it change the equation? Yes, it would, Blue. It would completely fuck it up. Because there's 3 different units there. Well, they're people's names, really. You can't replace sides of a triangle with people's names. It doesn't work like that, Blue. I'm sorry, but I like it. But it's not going to work. I'm sorry.
Yes, and this distances or length of hypotenuse and adjacents, etc., is commensurable length, and persons and their names, they are not commensurable distances, so it cannot work.
Blue Marble says, perfect, Bev. I thank you for that idiotic soundbite. It was you that fucking wrote it, you moron. So everybody, don't worry. Don't worry. Blue was only joking. He only wrote that stupid shit down that I could say it, that he could clip it.
It's fabulous.
Well done, Blue Marble Science. You keep writing stupid shit in there, Blue, and I'll keep repeating it for you. You keep clipping it and say, here's Bev quoting the stupid shit that I wrote. Blue Marble Science, ladies and gentlemen, the person, not the entire body of Blue Marble Science.
No, although we could potentially extrapolate. Couldn't we extrapolate to all Blue Marble scientists?
I think so, yeah.
It's possible.
Thank you, Blue Marble Science. The soundbite was you saying it would change the outcome. Yeah, of course it would, Peter, you fucking pillock.
It's great. It wouldn't change the outcome. Bev squared plus Mobius squared equals me squared. It wouldn't change the outcome.
How do you square a person? I mean, what the fuck? You guys are crazy. Blue Marble Sophists. Example of a formula that does use all of those internal points.
That was the second
one-dimensional algebra. The one-dimensional algebra you just use the y of Johnny's x, and he had 10 and he gave away 5. Who did he give them to? They just disappear them. He had to give them the y. Give means y, right?
Sally. Johnny gave him to Sally.
Well, that's two dimensions right there.
No,
So
because
you invoke Sally.
You don't care how many marbles Sally has. All right, she's not part of the problem. It's only Johnny, and then he's giving away marbles. There's nothing. There's nothing else in the boundary of the problem. All right. I mean, you could make a more complicated problem that talked about Sally and her marbles, and then maybe you would get.
I'm not saying you can't do it. Hold on, I'm not saying you can't do it, but that wasn't a good example. Give me a dimensional algebraic example.
If I give you an example and you make that example more complicated, you can't criticize my example.
Right.
My example. My example had one variable in it. Okay, and that was X, which was Johnny's original marbles. All right.
Okay. Johnny's
and
marbles.
It was a very corny example, but that was an example of doing algebra with just one unknown. All right. I mean, it was a very silly example, but it was just one unknown. We don't know how many marbles Johnny started with. We solve that equation, we get 20. I mean, it was kind of obvious to everybody, but you could do much more complicated single variable equations. Now, what we're talking about, what Bev's question was, is the equation of a circle with with interior shape.
No problem with the
I was
variable.
pointing out, Math, I was pointing out that you were using all of the internal points in your equation whilst trying to deny all of those internal points with your fucking ridiculous circumference is a circle.
Okay, but the circumference is the circle. So which equation are we talking about? The one I posted at 723?
The one with X and Y. I'll point out there again, he's just said that the circumference is the circle, which it isn't. Again, it's only a part of the circle. I don't know whether he thinks that he can get that past us and go, look, I said it. Ridiculous. And Blue Marble's making videos as well. Good luck for you, Blue. I'm glad you can get content at your age. I know. Blue Marble Science, ladies and gentlemen. The sophistry rife within the video making. Blue Marble Science, he's going to tell you how he does his science with videos.
Okay, I posted two equations, one at 723 and one at 726.
Mm-hmm.
So which equation are you referring to?
The one that's got the X and Y in that we were just explaining, where you said you could use all of the points like 3 and 4.
Right, but that's not
right.
All the
remember that, right? Well, that's the one that we're talking about, where you're using the points inside the circle to describe your formula.
We're not using any points inside the circle. 3, 4 is an ordered pair that is on the circumference of the circle. It is not interior to the circle. It is an ordered pair called 3, 4.
It's a 3, 4, 5 triangle, which everybody understands, especially the practical people, the ones that actually use this formula in reality. The 3, 4, 5 triangle formula forms a right angle, always. So him knowing that the radius is 5, then 3, 4 would be the positions of that 3, 4, 5 triangle. Actual Euclidean 3, 4, 5 triangle. So again, the sophistry, he's rife when he's saying that is a Pythagorean triangle, but he doesn't want it to be part of the circle, even though he's using that Pythagorean triangle internal to the circle whilst wanting to get rid of it. Stolen concept, again. He wants to use something that he doesn't think is actually there. Or use something to get rid of it. Stolen concept. Flat Earth Math. I hope Wally told you about the stolen concept. He's made Blue do a video about the stolen concept. And it seems like Flat Earth Math, you're also using a stolen concept. Sophists without even knowing. That's why I don't think that they are actual sophists, these people. An actual sophist would know not to make it so fucking obvious that they're using a stolen concept.
Maybe they are just natural sophists.
Yeah.
So they're just saying that way. For them, this is natural.
He's been in it 17 years, so he might have developed this sophistry over the years. The blue marble scientists might have talked to each other and talked themselves into this stolen concept. There's a possibility of that. Anytime any of you blue marble scientists would like to take a bit of time out from making videos and, you know, doing that, come round for a conversation. Stolen concept. How you decide that you want to get rid of the very thing that you're using within your conclusion. It's interesting.
I didn't just say, oh, just throw out the number 3, because we're talking about the Cartesian coordinate system.
So you can't have any of those points 3, internal. You can't have
none
1,
of the
1.
Points were internal. Not 1, 1 is internal, but that does not satisfy that equation. Because 1 squared plus 1 squared does not equal 5 squared. But 3 squared plus 4 squared does equal 5 squared. So 3, 4.
And 1, 1 is internal. But it doesn't satisfy the equation, but he doesn't want it to be internal. A bit contradictory again.
Well, because less is part of great or greater. So if we have less and more, it means that less belongs to more. So, for me, this is just pointless, what he's saying.
It's modern day sophism from the blue marble science crowd. The leader of geometric sophistry. The head of Department of Geometric Sophistry. Flat Earth math.
The ordered pair is on the circumference of the circle. All right? Just like your original value, where you said go 5 units to the right on the x-axis, 5, 0, that ordered pair is on the circle. All right? So none of the interior points. And that was the point I was making, Bev, is that modern math, being that we now have modern algebra, that I think that's why they simplified Euclid's definition to just the circumference and not all the interior points. Because
they simplified it.
I don't think so. I think that he simplifies this modern definition, or in fact, he is maybe complicating this modern definition, because modern definition doesn't say that it excludes points.
It doesn't exclude the plane that the two-dimensional figure is actually upon.
Yeah, I don't believe that this is in that definition, that they exclude this plane inside. And they are not saying that this is one distance. They are saying that this is equidistant. That's all.
Blue marble science and his delusions. He is going to make a video on it. I hope you're going to make a video on all the other stuff as well, Blue. The proper blue marble science. Good. Thank you. Thanks for the promotion.
It makes the math a whole lot easier. We can now talk about a secant intersecting a circle at 2 points, right? As opposed to a secant intersecting a circle at an infinite number of points, which is very confusing.
So what would the value be?
Secant which
an infinite amount of points. Infinite.
This is just strange. Why he's saying that?
I don't know. Blue marble sophistry. He's the head of the geometric department. Secant intersecting a circle at infinite points. I don't know who's ever said that. It's a complication that he solved by getting rid of the plane. Apparently. All of the internal points. Interesting. 25.
Well, the value, yeah. Well, the
value at the end of each of one of those lines would be 25 around the circumference.
Yeah, exactly. For that,
all
for that
points
example
around the circumference of a circle of 5 would be
radius
classed as
5.
25.
Well, when you square the x-coordinate and add it to the square of the y-coordinate, yes, you are correct. The sum, it's called sum of squares. All right, the sum of the squares of the x and the y will be 25 for all points on that circle of radius 5. So that's correct.
Although the radius
Centered
is
on
5, the length of the line is 5. All of the points on the circumference would be classed as being 25, the square.
Well,
Does that
I
work
just want
for
to be
all
really
circles?
clear.
Is that is that part of the modern maths?
I just want to be really clear with the language. That we don't say all those points are 25. We say if you square the x-coordinate and add it to the square of the y-coordinate, you get 25.
Okay, so there you go. So if you have a circle now, within modern mathematics, I wrote it down, but it needs getting it right. If you have a circle, like he says, of radius 5, then what you can safely say is the circumference, all of the points on the circumference will be 25. Modern mathematics, brought to you by Flat Earth Math, the head of the geometric department of Blue Marble Science. It works for circles in proportions of the square of the radius, all points on the circumference, apparently.
You don't just say, oh, look at all these points, they're all 25.
Yeah, according to your formula, all of the points on the circumference, well, the one that you've given us, all of the points on the circumference are the square of the radius
of
a circle.
All right, I just want to be very clear. The sum of the squares of the x-coordinate and the y-coordinate. Yeah, because I want to shy away from just generic language, because then people will say, oh, well, you just said, and so I just want to be really crystal clear. The equation is exactly what it says. Take x, square it. Take y, square it. Add those two squares together, and you get the radius squared. No ifs, ands, or buts. And if you find all the points that match that definition, you will end up with a geometric shape known as a circle. And the origin of that formula is literally a squared plus b squared equals c squared, where the radius is the hypotenuse of a right triangle.
Here you go. Again, Pythagoras. And the radius is the hypotenuse of a right triangle. A right triangle, internal. Go on, sorry.
He's talking about radius or diameter, really, because if he's talking about radius and he put number 5 into that, it means that diameter of the circle would be 10. That means that circumference would be 30 plus. For me, did I miss something? According to number pi, of course.
Yeah, but I think he's not talking about the circumference. He's talking about the points on the circumference and just giving those individual points a value equal to the square of the radius.
Okay.
It's weird. I don't know whether he gives the value at which end of the radius. Like whether you only assign the value on the circumference as 25 at one end of the radius. It's very strange, just to square the one end of the radius, the point. But this is new mathematics. It's completely new to me. I've never even heard of this before. But Flat Earth Math is teaching it. I think Blue Marble Science says he's going to do a video on about this new mathematics that him and his head of department, Flat Earth Math, are developing. He said he's going to use oven mitts or something to make this video. New mathematics is good, I think. I don't know whether it's a necessary part to have oven mitts and do donkey bothering. I'm not too sure.
And one leg of the right triangle is the x coordinate. The other leg of the right triangle is the y coordinate. It's absolutely brilliant. I really appreciate the discussion, because it's like, here we are, you know, chatting to each other across the Atlantic Ocean about math, you know. So it's all good.
Sophistry, not mathematics. I'm struggling to get this. What's the best way of writing this, right? It says all the sums of the x and y coordinates, and then it's like, is it of a circle squared, or square the x and y coordinates squared of a circle?
You could approach it from either end.
Okay.
You could start. So Bev, you could start with a circle, and again, centered at the origin to make it easy. Give it a
start with a circle. You start with the circle. This is modern mathematics, right? So he's starting with the circle. He knows the radius. And where do we go from there? Well, modern mathematics. Here we go.
A radius of 5 to make it easy, and you could just put your pencil point on any.
I'm trying to get okay. I don't want like a visual description of how to draw a circle. I think I know that, and I know how to place it on a graph. I'm just trying to get the words right.
Okay.
All of the sums of the x and y coordinates squared of a circle. Yeah.
Will be the radius squared. Yes.
Will be the radius squared.
And that defines a circle centered at the origin. It gets a lot more complicated if the circle is not centered at the origin. But just to keep things nice and easy.
Gets a lot more complicated if it's not started at the origin. So basically, you put your point of a compass on 0, 0. You're using the x and y graph as your 0 point for drawing a circle. And throughout all of this, what you're going to end up with is a circumference that you're going to be able to label 25. All of the points on the circumference are 25. Mathematics. Modern day mathematics.
You know, but what you just said, Bev, is exactly correct.
I've got that wrote down. Be able to test everybody about it down as well. How many other people have you been told about this?
Still trying to figure out how the hypotenuse is the radius if y is 0. Like, wouldn't y have to be like at the edge of x? I mean, it'd have to be out a certain amount. How could that be I always look at that like the.
It's Charlie Welsh in the YouTube chat think that universities are going to refer to these conversations. What, without any blue marble scientists involved? Are you sure? I'm not too sure. I think you'd have to have a blue marble scientist involved in it. You can't just have us talking about the blue marble scientist. You're talking about the sophistry department of universities. How we uncover the sophistry within the blue marble scientists. The universities of the future. Charlie Welsh thinks that the universities in the future may have these conversations that we're involved in right here, being the forefront of exposing the sophistry rife within the Blue Marble Scientists. So if you want to get involved with these conversations, come on in. You might be featured in universities of the future.
Arc linked. The hypotenuse to me is like the like how I kind of figure out, maybe it's the long way, but to figure out the arc length of.
Charlie Welsh thinks that there's the universities of the future are going to have sophistry departments. I bet that's definitely part of the Blue Marble Science department.
Of C.
All right, you have to.
How's it radius, man? If I start off in the middle at 0, 0.
Yes.
And now,
Charlie Welsh says that Whitsitt says sophistry. Wow, it's a new hot word apparently because Whitsitt says it. Well done, Charlie. Are you one of the Whitsitt cheerleaders? Thanks for bringing that. Whitsitt uses sophistry in his talking. Imagine that, everyone. Well done, Whitsitt.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Thanks for bringing that information to us, Charlie. Anyone else that you know that uses the word sophistry? Anyone else that uses sophistry? I don't know.
if X,
Whitsitt.
I go over 5, and Y, I go up 5.
Oh, yeah, that's not on the circle. That's the corner of a square that's 10 units long and 10 units tall. That would be, you would have a circle inscribed inside of that square, but no, 5, 5 is not on the circumference. And that's a great question, right? But 5, 5 is definitely outside of this circle.
Well, give me an example of something like that where the
Well, wouldn't 5 on the y-axis also be on there? So you'd have 5 on the x-axis and 5 on the y-axis. Like you could have 5 and 5, couldn't you? Like Brian says. They are both on the circumference of the circle.
Okay, you have to be really careful. The point 0, 5 is a point literally on the y-axis that's 5 units up from the origin. Okay, but let's identify that as 0, 5. X is 0, Y is 5.
Yeah, I'm just taking the piss, mate. Don't worry about it.
Is X 0, 5 too?
Okay, so give me an ordered pair, Brian.
An ordered pair. Give him an ordered pair.
Give me 2 values. and I always
3,
teach my
4.
students
3, 4.
3, 4. That's on the circle. Yes.
Okay. 0.
What sort of mathematics does Flat Earth Math think he's doing right now? How embarrassing.
0, 3, 0, 4.
Okay, that was too many numbers. 0, 3. Just give me 2 numbers.
Give him 2 numbers. Give him a number.
You both
pick a number. Come on, pick a number. Higher or lower.
Here's what I say. Bev, and
0 and 1.
Okay, 0, 1 is inside the circle. It is not on the circumference.
It's in the circle, though, isn't it?
It's in the interior of the circle. It is not on the circumference.
Yep. But it's still part of the circle, right?
No, it is not. It is absolutely.
Like it's just floating about inside.
Only Euclidean. Only in the Euclidean sense where you shade all.
Can we have
points.
the modern history of the definition of the circle? When did it come into play?
Yeah. Well, you know what I was
reading
of the circle. I was reading a little bit about Euclid, and my understanding is that Euclid's writings were lost for centuries.
No, they were not.
This is the question.
Apparently.
Well, I know, the Dark Ages. The story. I've recounted it a fair few times. And Flat Earth Math might have been listening to the videos where we talk about it. And he may have picked up on me saying that supposedly the Euclid book was lost. We call it the Dark Ages. And then it re-emerged over in the Islamic nations. Al-Biruni, supposedly.
It always were there. So,
It's everywhere. It's geometry, isn't it?
yes, and of course we can have manuscripts from, let's say, Islamic times, but it doesn't mean that Euclid disappeared from Europe for centuries and reappeared from Islamic, let's say, sources. It doesn't work that way.
We lost geometry for a bit. It's all right, though. We found it. It's all right. It was over there. They were just keeping it safe. Yeah, I don't know what stories people think that geometry is.
And then they were sort of rediscovered. I don't know, was it the Renaissance or,
Yeah, imagine that.
Ago?
Not having any understanding of like geometry and perpendicular.
Well, it's
without
it's
Euclid to tell you how that works.
It's not that they didn't have any understanding, because I mean Euclid discovered these rules from nature, and so anybody could discover them. I mean,
I think the Euclid
cases
actually wrote down in the logical system, the axiomatic system, the perfect axiomatic system that founded mathematics quite a long time ago.
Geometry founded modern geometry,
modern mathematics.
But there's nothing to say that a Chinese mathematician couldn't have discovered those very same truths.
I know. Yeah.
Right?
What about 4.5, 5.5?
Okay, I'm sorry. Say that again.
4.5, 5.5.
4.5 and then 5.5? Are those your two numbers? 4.5?
Wasn't that weird timing, that? Do you not think? Considering we were having a discussion and now we're going back to a pair of coordinates. Took it on very quickly though, didn't he? It was a good welcome distraction from what we were talking about.
Comma 5.5.
Yeah.
All right, that's way outside the circle. You're not going to get any value that is greater than 5 or less than -5.
Genius.
But I hope you see my point with this discussion on algebra plus the graph of this algebraic equation.
He hopes you see his point. What was his point? Anyone? Open floor. What was Flat Earth Math's point about ordered pairs within the thing? What was his point?
I really don't. I think that his point was generally about excluding interior points from circle,
while showing a graph and all of the internal construction of Pythagorean triangles internally, but pretending that he wants to get rid of them, all of the internal points.
Yes, some people may lose track after hours of discussing coordinate system.
It's strange that he spends all of this time to then say, sophisticatedly, right? I think we all know the point that he was trying to make. Well, no, we don't. I don't think there was a point. And you didn't actually make a point about what you were trying to make a point about. It just meant nothing. A waste of time and space, I think.
Is the modern definition of circle is is just the set of points that matches that definition, and that may be why the Euclidean definition, is kind of they just got rid of the interior points. I mean, they as part of the definition of a circle. They
no,
only
they
included the circumference.
didn't.
Well, when I say they got rid of, I'm just saying the modern definition of a circle is only the set of points in the circumference, no other points. And
Again,
no,
just
before-
lies or
Yeah.
confusion, right? Perhaps
Yes.
he's confused.
before a sentence before he said just points lying on circumference, and now he's saying only. Citation, please, because I think that in modern definition there is not nothing about just and only. I don't think that these words are there in
Yeah.
definition. He's adding this.
Yeah, they definitely still refer to a radius and a diameter. And those are the points internally to the circle. So I'm not too sure this particular sophistry is going to work for flat earth math. But you never know. He's got cheerleaders. He's got PT. He's got blue marble science. He had Wally for a bit. I mean, that's at least 3 people. I mean, it's flat earth math. I mean, look at it. He's redefining modern mathematics for the blue marble scientists. And he's got at least 3 people supporting him. It's a massive group of people, 3, to have supporting you within your new formulation of mathematics. He's got the blue marble science supporting him in our chat. Flat earth math and the defense done by blue marble science, PT, and where's Wally? I mean, who's PT? He's a new guy. Nobody's ever heard of him before. Oh, there was that other guy that pretended he was a school teacher for just 12 and 13-year-olds. So that's at least 4 people. Groundbreaking new stuff.
And
isn't this a little bit elaborate of like a story for you to be weaving?
Well, I don't know what the story is. I'm just saying the modern definition is exactly like Euclid's definition, with one tiny exception.
That you're getting rid of a dimension, like completely. You're just turning it into a 1D imagined line that goes around the fucking circumference.
It's a 2-dimensional shape.
There are no numbers that put it on the inside, though, man. It's weird.
If it's 2-dimensional, it's got all of the points in the plane, the 2D plane.
It just simply means it is not, all the points are not collinear. All right, so you've got you got a shape that you can draw on a plane that has height and it has width.
Are you getting rid of the diameter?
No, I'm not. Well, the diameter is not part of the definition of a circle because it is not the.
Of course it is. You've got diameter's not part of the definition of a circle. I'm going to hear that again. This is flat earth math. The blue marble scientist, head of geometric department. In the plane, the 2D plane.
It just simply means it is not, all the points are not collinear. All right, so you've got you got a shape that you can draw on a plane that has height and it has width.
Are you getting rid of the diameter? Did he say height and width? Maybe he meant 2 dimensions, length and breadth.
Yeah, it's not two dimensions.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. Well, the diameter is not part of the definition of a circle because it is not the.
Of course it is. You've got pi. Have you never heard of pi?
Yeah. Once in a while. I think I've heard somebody.
You realise that the diameter is a vital part of that.
Well, if we're talking about the definition of a circle, diameter is not, the points in the diameter are not equidistant from the center. Okay,
It's the circumference divided by pi.
Right, but that we're no longer talking about points now. We're talking about distance or length measurement.
Is he
Talking
ignoring
about
the
the
fact
diameter, right?
Oh,
Sorry.
Go on.
I was just saying, is he ignoring the fact that he said that the circumference is equidistant from the center of the circle, which would
Yes.
be on the diameter, a
Yes.
point on the diameter,
This is also center of diameter.
right?
Yeah.
But now he's saying that the diameter is not part of the definition of a circle. I'd like to see how he draws a circle, or even, imagines a circle without this any other point besides the circumference.
Yeah, I think what he's done right there is point out the fact that he thinks that all of the points on the diameter are part of it, but they're not all equidistant from the center. But all points equidistant from the center would be equidistant from the center, and they would lie on a radius. So again, we're back where we started off.
Yep.
He wants
Full
that
circle. No pun intended.
and not that. Right back at the start again. Crazy.
Right.
Being part of the circle, as explained, vital for pi being what pi is.
Sure, but we're talking.
So it's obviously
about
part of the circle then.
We're talking about lengths, whereas that whole algebraic discussion we just had was dealing with points, and those are two.
No, you were
separate
dealing
things.
with a length because you drew a. How can you say that a length is different than points?
Length, it is sum of points on the line. You cannot have line without points. Vacuous line, no. Points, yes. And extremity of a line is a point.
Yeah.
Are points, so they are extremity of nothing. So it doesn't make any sense.
Blue marble sophistry. I tell you, they shouldn't get involved with geometry and geometric reasoning, because blue marble science and geometric reasoning, they don't go together. Incompatible. That ends up with flat earth math saying things like this, and blue marble science, the person, the blue marble science, the YouTube guy, sticking up with flat earth math, helping him out. 5 radius, that's a length.
Well, no, the circumference has length, sure, but we were talking about individual
The
points.
radius of 5.
Oh,
Fucking
yeah,
hell.
the radius,
Yeah, that
of
radius.
5.
Oh, yeah.
But
Hey, Matt.
that was the equidistant part, right? That's we were talking about points that are 5 units away from the origin, but the number 5 is not, part of the circle. It happens to be the radius of the circle. But
I see what you're saying.
Is 4 part of 5? He's trying to help him out again. Yeah, can you hear flat earth maths struggling? And just strange when you listen.
Yes, he's staggering evidently. So yes, he
Gets a little bit of help, doesn't he? Let's see. Yeah.
But
Hey, Matt.
that was the equidistant part, right? That's we were talking about points that are 5 units away from the origin, but the number 5 is not, part of the circle. It happens to be the radius of the circle. But
I see what you're saying.
Is 5 is not part of the circle. It just happens to be the same as the radius, but he's not wanting it to be part of the circle.
No, so he is this last point being extremity of radius is not part of circumference.
Yeah.
Strange.
Although the point is the very thing that the definition's based on. Yeah. Help. It's 4 part of 5.
Why are you so against, Charles? Tell me what it is that. Why are you so against there being the diameter? Just because you don't want it being part of the circle because it ain't like part of the circle that you draw, and you don't want like that on the sphere, or what?
No, okay, that's a great question. It doesn't match the definition, and that's the thing that really bugs me when people mix and match and they take pieces of this and pieces of that.
It really bugs him when people try and include the diameter and the radius into a circle. It really bugs him. So don't do that with flat earth math.
You
don't want to be bugging math.
So now the square, I guess you're going to say the square ain't part of Pythagorean, or
he
what?
wants to say that 3 and 4 and 2 aren't part of 5. That's what math wants to be telling you.
Oh, I have no idea what you just said.
I said,
are we talking about a point,
is
3,4?
1 part of 5?
I don't know. I don't understand the question.
Okay, doesn't understand the question.
No.
Wonder why.
Simple. Yes.
Wonder why he doesn't understand that question.
In only numbers, 5 is whole, then 1 is part of it. This is simple. It's less, and this is part. And flat earth math doesn't understand that.
He doesn't understand the question.
He just didn't want to understand the question.
It's
That
part
was too quick. He didn't even give it any thought.
It's awkward for him to answer that question.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is the reason we have these conversations here, and we have had these conversations within these Discord rooms. We've had these conversations. We know the reason why math has to say what he's saying. Please don't think of this as though we're coming at this blind, not knowing. We know full well. Goes to you, Blue Marble Science. We understand what's going on. And we understand the problems that flat earth math is facing. And we understand how brave he is being able to come in here and do this. We understand that there are other people that can't do this, and that's why other people choose to stay in Blue Marble Science type arenas and make videos of people without actually talking to them or anything. Bit delusional. Okay. You've got 5. Right, you've got 5 right now. Is 1 part of 5?
Well, what does part of mean? That doesn't have
just as much as 2 and 3 and 4.
So
you don't understand. Is 1 part of 5?
Okay, so Bev, one of the things I focus on is using definitions, and the word part has no meaning in your mathematical meaning in your question. Are you saying
the word part has no meaning?
If part has no meaning, it means that whole doesn't either.
Yeah, it just happens to be one of the axioms. Number 9. The whole is greater than its part. Part obviously has a meaning within mathematics. Otherwise, it wouldn't be part of the fucking axioms, would it?
Yes, he's looking for for solution, circumference being not part of the circle, I think.
Yeah. Interesting.
1 plus blank equals 5. Okay, I agree. 1 plus 4 equals 5. But
Yeah.
the word part does not have a meaning.
Yeah, so 1 is part of 5 then.
No, 1 plus 4 is 5. I'm not going to use the word part because that doesn't have a mathematical meaning in this context.
Yes, it does. It means that the 5 is greater than the 1 mathematically. The whole is greater than its part.
Yes, and by the way, when we are talking about numbers, absolutely, it means that we are not talking about 5 apples or 5 something else. We are talking about absolute number. It means that we are not referring number to any object. So it is just, you have to take it absolutely. So like absolute numbers also, not referring to anything. Number only within numbers. So it means that 1 is absolute number and 5 as absolute number, and so they are belonging to the same, let's say, species or kind of things. It has to be that way, that 1 is part of 5. You cannot go around. I don't understand why he is insisting that only in equation 1 plus 4 equals 5, and he is trying to make some context. It works without any context. Numbers are context. This is our context, numbers only. So 1 is part of 5. Simple.
You think it could be like a sport for them? Like competition sophistry, where they just have to come over here and say this most stupid shit and they get marked upon it when they
don't
leave?
know. Because he's giving a not valid example. This example with the equation is rather proving our point. It's not proving his point. It doesn't matter if this number is in equation or is not in equation. In fact, when he brought this equation 1 plus 4 equals 5, he made point for you, for us. So I don't know why he brought that this equation.
Yeah, because 5 is both greater than the 4 and the 1.
Yes, it means that
individually.
If we take 1 and 4 as parts, when we sum this into 1, it equals 5. So it has to be part. One part is 4 and the second part is 1. So we have 2 parts. One small, 1, and another greater, 4. And if we sum that together, it equals 5. So it is part.
Yeah, both of them, 1 and 4, are both smaller than 5. They are.
Yes, they are 2 parts.
Yeah.
Yes, in that case, they are 2 parts, and we are adding them because we have whole by adding parts together. So 1 plus 4, it means adding parts to have a whole. I don't understand what his point was. He lost this point for sure.
I see. I think part of the sophistry inherent in it all, I think that's a challenge to him, because this is new sophistry. This is blue marble sophistry, right? Where they have to use what is real and then pretend that it's not that whilst using that at the same time. It's a double sophistry, I think, where they end up confusing themselves at the same time. Self-sophistry. How about that? The self-sophistry of the blue marble scientists. Explained by Flat Earth Math. See how he confuses himself. Not like the whole is greater than its parts. You wouldn't.
Right. I agree with that.
Okay, so can one be part of 5 then? Is 5 greater than 1?
Yes, 5 is greater than 1. You just use mathematical terminology. Yes, 5 is greater than 1. That's all math. Oh, that's a great GIF. Earth is a Dinosaur just posted a really, really great GIF about where pi comes from.
Oh, this was good. Where pi comes from?
Yeah. You draw a bunch of circles, put them next to each other so they're measuring out diameters, and then you unroll.
Let me just get this screen on here, because right, here we go. This GIF. I don't know whether you can see it properly or not.
Roll the circle, and it will trace out approximately 3.1.
Approximately.
Yes, because
right, now remember what he says here at the beginning of this.
And have a mathematical meaning in this context.
Not like the whole is greater than its parts. You wouldn't.
Right. I agree with that.
Okay, so can 1 be part of 5 then? Is 5 greater than 1?
Yes, 5 is greater than 1. You just use mathematical terminology. Yes, 5 is greater than 1. That's all math. Oh, that's a great GIF. Earth is a Dinosaur just posted a really, really great GIF about where pi comes from.
About where pi comes from.
So he's distraction.
Well, this is where it gets really good. I would say this is leading up to. I would say this is where numbers come from, because 3.14 being a number is only relative to the diameter when you relate the diameter to 1. So if this isn't where numbers came from, don't know what is. Because it's not a coincidence that 3.14 is 3.14 when you relate the diameter to the 1. Like, where else would numbers come from? If not this very thing, pi. Because if you change one of them, if you change the diameter, then the radius changes accordingly. The circumference changes accordingly. So, I don't know. Number is all. It would make sense that this is where numbers come from. You can't get 3.14 without relating the diameter to 1. Think about that for a moment.
This is just ratio. So in ratio, people always try to have let's say most simplistic numbers to express ratio.
So when you always end up relating the original to 1.
Yes, especially yes, it works both ways. So it means that you can put greater number above and smaller below, and you will have a relationship between whole to its part, or part to the whole. Because, for example, you can say that this is ratio between 1 over 3.14, or you can say that this is ratio between 3.14 and 1.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
if
you have
put
to
that,
relate the 3.14 to 1 somehow for you to have this ratio, don't you?
yes,
Yeah.
but I am talking that about that you can put these numbers on different positions, let's say above or below the line, and so it still means that the smaller number is considered as part of greater. So if we are talking about length, it means that diameter is part of, in length, is part of circumference. But in other way, you are comparing whole, 1, to multiplied diameters, because we have 3 diameters plus something extra.
Yeah, plus a little bit right now. The particular thing that I was interested in was him stating that it was an interesting GIF where they unrolled a thing, and he said that's where pi came from. Where I would say it doesn't really. It comes from a ratio of the diameter and the circumference. What the GIF that Emma posted was a wheel rolling along the ground, which is the length of a circumference. Now, that can be measured. Pi cannot. They know that pi has a value that they can't come to, whereas you can measure the circumference of a wheel. Yeah. So how he says that's where pi came from was very interesting to me, and that's why I like this particular conversation. Will expose the sophistry within, let's say, mathematics or blue marble science. If anybody wants to come and have the conversation anytime, please do. Where pi comes from.
Yeah. You draw a bunch of circles, put them next to each other so they're measuring out diameters, and then you unroll the circle, and it will trace out approximately 3.1.
Approximately.
Yes, because
see, now that's where pi came from. He seemed to appear that you just roll a circle around, and that's where pi came from. But now he's just said approximately. It didn't take him long to change his mind upon that. Blue marble sophistry. Here we go. Backtracking.
There's no exact, we haven't found pi to the.
No, but there is a definite length of that, isn't there?
Right, but I can't say it's exactly 3.14 because it's 3.1415. No, it's not exactly that. It's 3.1415.
See, now, I wasn't talking about that. Talking about a wheel rolling round on the floor. You can measure that. It does have a circumference, a wheel.
Yes, the problem is only with ratio.
Yes.
That ratio expressed in numbers is not exact. We cannot exactly express this ratio in numbers. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's the point I was trying to make, right? Not the rolling out of a wheel. That's not where pi came from. Pi comes from a ratio, not from them rolling a wheel out a circle. Very strange that he said that, but like I say now, I think he realises, but I'm not too sure about how much the conversation should be coming around within mathematics of exactly what this entails. Possibly a bit deeper than math actually realised.
59. No, it's not exactly that. 3.14, I mean, you just, so that's why I said approximately. It's approximately 3.14. That's what people kind of go
So
with.
you're saying you can't actually measure that. Like, you can do it, you can unroll a circle, but you can't actually measure the circumference of a circle.
Not to an exact, to the nearest micron. I mean, it all depends on what your measurements are and what your precision instruments are.
So now he's trying to have to equate that you can't actually measure the circumference of a wheel or something like that when you're doing manufacturing to make stuff like that. You can't actually measure it, I think he's saying. I think that's what he's saying.
But he's wrong.
Yeah.
They can.
Yeah, you can. You can
Cars,
definitely
bicycles,
make stuff. Yeah.
everything. They have to measure that.
It's not pi, right? It's the problem that within the mathematical understanding of where it comes from, math seems to have missed it out completely. There's a little break that's going on here between reality and mathematics. I think there's a lot of people that haven't actually been told the difference between the two. It's similar to what occurs within geometry, geometry and reality. There's a very definite link, but there are restrictions within mathematics, and flat earth math may have just exposed one of the ECV talking points that people can't really get into because of logic and geometry, especially the blue marble scientists. Watch them not talk about this. Completely avoid it. Make videos about other things. Maybe a stumble in a word or something. It's coming.
But, you don't need very many digits of pi to do.
Can you hear the tapping as well now? I think he has a bit of a tell. He has a sniff tell. And then particularly the pen tapping thing. So if you're listening, Flat Earth Math, see if you can stop doing the pen tapping thing. I don't think you can. Think like George Nutsack, God rest his soul, and the table tapping. Maybe a bit of a tell.
Do effective calculations. 3.14.
No,
I mean,
that's
that's
an actual measurement.
Digits. That's three.
That's a measurement.
Digits. Sure. But
okay.
The decimals just keep going. 3.14159. And it just becomes an academic exercise to discover more digits of pi.
So you say, no, not that, right? Because we're talking about rolling a wheel. Are you saying that they don't know the circumference of a wheel whenever they do that, like you've just said there?
No, what I said was we don't need huge numbers of digits of pi. 3.14 is of practical perfect.
And here we go again, another example of sophistry. I've asked him, do you think that they can measure it, the circumference of a wheel, like explained in the GIF? And he says you can't measure the thing of pi, the decimal places, and that's not what I asked. He's got a mental break between the question that I asked and the answer that he's giving. Don't be fooled by it. Another sophist tactic. Not answering the question that you ask.
Use in 99.9% of the cases. So
that's where they got that from. You said that's where they got pi from doing that.
Right.
And now you're saying they can't measure it.
What I'm saying is that one definition of pi is the ratio of the circumference to the diameter.
Yeah.
But there are other mathematical
that's what you just said.
Right, but
that's a measurement of the circumference, right?
It's the ratio.
No, that's the measurement of the circumference. No.
Ratio.
That, what you've just shown there, which Earth is a dinosaur, Emma, thank you very much, Emma. Posted, yes. Yeah, is the length of the circumference.
Right, divided by the diameter. Those blue lines.
No, that's just a scale there for measurement purposes.
Right. And what's the scale based on? The diameter. No, right. When you say the circle specifically, the diameter of the circle.
No, the very same circle that you're going to measure the circumference of.
The inner part of the circle in that GIF also, even the one radius rolls out to the same length as the.
Oh. So we've got a wheel on the floor, and he's saying that you can't measure the circumference, apparently.
I can do that.
I'm pretty sure manufacturers that make any wheels or anything like that, I'm pretty sure that they know exactly how big or small or whatever size the thing that they want to make actually is. Again, Flat Earth Math has looked at a GIF, said a few words, and now, I don't know, something's related to mathematics, so he's now lost. He's in aporia. I don't know whether he knows what he's meant to be saying. He has to try and use sophisticated techniques now to try and get out of this. Blue Marble scientists will praise him for this. Get out.
As the 4 radius. I mean, as the 3.14, no matter where the circle's at, if you...
Oh, no, wait a minute. He's got Brian Leakey to help him. He might not have to get out of it at all.
On that wheel, if you roll it out, you're going to get to the same spot.
Right, but those are diameters, not radiuses.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm just saying.
But you can, if you're using the diameter as a scale, as a unit value of 1.
Which...
So, right, we're giving the diameter a unit value of 1.
Yes.
Right? Now, are you saying that you can't measure that?
No, I never said anything of the sort. Okay, I just said all I said was pi was approximately 3.14, and you
and
took
I
that
said,
ball
but you can. And I said, no. I said, but you can measure that, can't you? You can measure the circumference of the wheel that you've got.
You can measure the diameter,
just like that.
But you don't need very many digits of pi.
If you take a circle, if you take a wooden circle, like with a radius of 5 centimeters or 5 feet, whatever, and then you drew a circle, and then you drew a circle at 4 feet around there, and then another circle at 3 feet radius, and circle it. You roll them all out, and every one of them will roll out to the circumference of 5.
I know.
What's this got to do with anything? I don't know. Perhaps it's helping math. Perhaps it's part of the sophistry. Who knows?
What you're talking about, but that's a little brain teaser that people get. And the thing is, the key phrase is you roll them all out, and the answer is no. You're not rolling them all out. You're only rolling the outer wheel. You said you have a wooden.
Oh, you can do a 2-level wheel.
Okay, but it's not going to roll out to the same distance as the bigger wheel. So that's the thing, is when you're rolling like a wagon wheel, a 5-foot diameter wagon wheel. I think we could all picture that. And then you draw a smaller circle on on the halfway out the spokes, a 3-foot diameter wheel or a 3-foot diameter circle drawn.
This is just pure sophistry. I'm not too sure how long this goes on for. I'm not too sure why this got injected in, because we were having a pretty good conversation about pi. Now we're talking about not pi, the revolution of a wheel. Go back and listen to it if you want.
I was just showing him that it's all part of the same circle, man. I wasn't trying to help him, bro. I don't know why you'd say that, but I had to join to defend myself a little bit. I know you don't really think that, but no, I was just trying to show him it's all part of the same damn circle.
Yeah, but what the point that we was trying to make was the fact that he said that's how they devised pi. And then we were trying to get him to say that you can actually measure that.
Yeah, watch. It kind of traps him though in a second. Like you catch on. Yeah, if you want to. I mean.
Yeah, I know. I know what you were doing. It's the thing. He likes to do little tricks, and he'd already got it planned for one of his videos of doing these little tricks. Archimedes, isn't it? It's an old school one. It's been going for ages. That's how they derive pi.
Yeah, it's old.
They can actually measure that. So people can derive pi by measuring.
They could derive an approximation of pi, and I want to be really clear about that. If you took a 5-foot diameter,
he wants to be really clear about it now, but not when he first said that Emma had posted the GIF. He's backtracked to an approximation now, when it's not even an approximation. You can actually measure that. He's still not getting what we're saying here, and the reason that pi is transcendental is because it's a ratio. It's not just because it's a measurement. You can actually measure the circumference of a wheel or a circle or whatever. You said
wheel,
that's how they derive pi.
Okay.
So now you're changing.
Hey, you're wrong,
right?
man.
If you took a 5-foot diameter,
I know math. It isn't how they derive pi, right? I know that. So that's why I'm questioning you right now.
You would get about
because it's not how they derived pi.
Right? So you would get an approximate answer for pi because you're dealing with real world measurements.
Probably sounded smart when you were saying it when Emma brought it up.
Math. I just posted it on the small circle being rolled out, and it still equals the large circle, bro. It's Aristotle's wheel. It's a conundrum that's never really been solved. And you said that if you roll out the smaller wheel, as long as it's part of the same wheel, it gets. I posted a video. Look, it's a 10-second video. Just skip to 1 minute and watch it for 10 seconds.
Okay. I've seen that video. And if you look at the diagrams behind her, those are not straight lines.
I'm not talking about her. Okay. I'm talking about 1 minute in the video where he rolls it out on the smaller
You can use
circle.
it as one of the tricks at the beginning of your videos.
I just might. I've seen this video, Brian.
See? Did you hear his laugh? He just might use it as one of his tricks at the beginning of his videos.
Yeah, I'd heard that.
We're dealing with sophists. You can't show a sophist a trick that he already knows. He'll laugh at you.
He rolls it out on the smaller circle, bro, and it goes the same distance.
All right.
They said this drove some mathematicians mad back in the day. It's like for 100 years, mathematicians committed suicide over this shit.
All right, I'm clicking on the link now because
just jump to 1 minute.
All right, jump to 1 minute. All right, it's only 1 minute 25 seconds. Okay. Really
crazy.
Yeah. So what they're not. Oh my goodness, Brian! I can't believe you showed me this. Brian, what is not shown is that it is not rolling on the smaller wheel. It is rolling on the larger wheel. The smaller wheel is just simply cruising along. So here's what I would ask you to do, Brian. Put tick marks on the smaller wheel and put tick marks on that horizontal line that's 5 inches up, and you will find those tick marks are sliding past each other.
Marks are sliding past each other.
They can't slide past each other. That's like saying that's like saying the minute hand on a clock is not gonna all point to the. Once you do a full circle, the whole minute hand is all part of the circle, and it's all gonna point to the finish line. Basically, I don't know why he ain't getting that.
Because he's a sophist. Anything that he gets chance to say will sound like he is the guy in charge. Blue Marble Sophists, I love what math's doing here. They'll be learning from him. All of this stuff that he's learning now from all of these little tricks, he'll use against other people.
It sounds like the next thing coming is that the circumference of a circle is like infinitely small no matter what the size or some shit. Like what? Well, I don't understand where they're going with this. No, I mean, I understand they're protecting their sphere, but
they're it's like if the circle. Have you not heard?
If they're making it, yeah, if they're making it just the circumference, then that means it's like a ring. So it'd have to be an infinitely small, thin ring to hold true. I mean, I don't get it, dude. I don't see where he's going with it. I'm lost.
Okay, I am off to bed. Good night, all. Thank you very much.
Paper, thank you very much.
You can't see it on that demonstration because that demonstration was designed to fool you. That's a visual. They just did.
See, the demonstration was designed to fool you. It's a trick to him. He enjoys this. This is the sophistry of the blue marble. He'll be able to use it. Especially seeing as you've used it on him. He'll have to try and use it on somebody else.
Did a visual trick. I hope that makes sense. Visual
trick.
Yeah, but the big wheel's just riding along in that example. He's rolling it on the small
wheel. The big wheel is in contact with the surface. It is rolling on the big wheel, absolutely. The smaller wheel is sliding along that raised line. You can't tell it's sliding along because there are no markings on it. And I guarantee you, if you did this yourself,
I know
that they would be sliding past each other. You just can't see it.
I know what you're saying, man. But
see, he should be doing it himself. What he should be saying is, "I look forward to your video on it, Flat Earth Math."
Yeah,
you sound like an expert. I know he is, but he won't do a video on it. It'd be like Rumpus. The stuff that they claim they're going to do and all of this bullshit that he's talking, it's just pure sophistry.
It's almost, like I said, it's almost like God's way of not letting them out of the fact that whole circle is all a relationship and it's all part of each other. There's no getting around it. That's kind of like the way I've seen it, like kind of like maybe nature's way or whatever you want to say of maintaining that rule, maybe.
It's their God. Their monad is that circle. There's a trick involved in it. They'll have it. They love it.
But they all equal out if they're on the same wheel. If you roll it, yeah, I see.
They don't equal. So what you're saying, Brian, is that the circumference.
I agree with you, bro. I agree with you. If I roll it out just on the small wheel, but no matter no matter what circle you put on that line, if you mark them along the same radius, then they're all going to roll out the same amount. That is kind of weird.
They're not, because
if you roll it on the outside, yeah.
No. So what
do you mean? No, that's what you just said.
Brian, maybe you misunderstood me. What I'm talking about is when you draw that smaller diameter circle on the larger wheel, put tick marks on it, like with a marker. Mark. So you have a bunch of little hash marks on this circle. So you have a visual cue. Then on that horizontal line that's raised up, not the line that the wheel's rolling on, but that raised up line.
A straight one. Are you assuming horizontal is a straight line?
Oh my goodness. So put tick marks on that line as well. Put tick marks on that raised line.
Well, let's just do this. Well. Let's just put a million spokes.
Brian, do you
I see what you're saying. I'm not arguing with you, bro. Okay. I got you. I see what you're saying.
The tick marks will slide past each other because they are not rolling on the smaller wheel.
Let me just point out the interesting part to the audience, okay? If you draw 100 radiuses on a wheel, 100 of them, like just like spokes,
like spokes,
and then make a million, and then each one of them will up at the same point, no matter how small down you go, because it's part of that same line. So it's all going to roll out. Yeah, it's rolling out along the outer edge of the wheel, but it is interesting. Would you even say that that's pretty cool?
Your microphone cut out when you were halfway through. I got the 100 spokes and then say the rest of it again.
Yeah, they're all, no matter how you roll it out, they're all going to roll out. You say it's sliding along, maybe so, but it's pretty. It's a head scratcher how they the small circle rolls out to the same circle, because there's no real indication of the skipping. You know what I'm saying?
Right, because it's a visual. It's a visual trick that they pulled on you on that video. And
it's a visual trick. I bet they didn't tell you it was a trick, did they, in that video? Flat Earth Math knows it's a trick, though.
No, yeah, they don't say it's a visual trick. It's 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 are all part of 5. Mm-hmm. And if they're all on that same wheel as 5, then they're all going to roll out the same, like the spokes on the wheel or the hands on a clock. I don't know what he's talking about.
He's talking about some sort of trickery, that he doesn't know where the trick's been performed, but it has to be a trick to him.
Certainly not magic. You just draw circles on a wheel and roll them out.
Well, you've got to remember that the conversation we've just been having is that he doesn't think that those circles 1, 2, 3, and 4 are part of the 5 circle. He's got rid of them, but now he's having to face the fact that they are part of it. And they seem to be a very linked in part of it, and it doesn't quite fit with his imaginings. Right.
Physical reality disagrees with him.
Yeah. So he's thinking that physical reality, therefore, must be a trick. There's a trick somewhere. He doesn't know where it is, and he's just struggling. Sophist. He's going to try and get out of it again. Aporia.
It's very
they didn't pull it. They didn't pull it on me. It ain't like I don't understand.
He says it's very clever. Very clever, this trick that they didn't say was a trick.
That a small circle is going to roll out shorter.
Just said a small circle is going to roll at the same.
No, I'm just saying in that video, man, the way he did it. You know, he drags the top along. If they're connected, they're always going to roll out the same, bro. If you roll it on the small wheel, the big wheel's going to get dragged along with the fucking small wheel, Charles. Right. If you roll it on the big wheel, the small wheel's going to get rolled along. You're not appreciating the conundrum, bro.
It will roll out a shorter distance if you roll.
No, it won't. But the big wheel will get drugged with it, won't it?
Yes, it will get drugged.
So no matter what wheel you roll it on, you'll get the same, right?
No,
if it's on the same wheel.
It's not going to.
You're wrong, bro. How could it not? If the radius
is always the circumference. It's whatever the circumference you're rolling on.
If you roll it out on the small wheel, it's going to drag the big wheel with it. What are you talking about?
It'll go a shorter distance. If you roll it on the small
but wheel, but the big wheel is going to also go the shorter distance.
That's correct.
How can the radius point at a different? How can the radius ever point at a different mark?
I don't understand what the question.
How can let's say the radius that connects that you draw as the stopping point?
Oh, right. It's starting in any point. Yes.
So in other words, if it's all part of the same circle, then the big one will roll out with the small one, or the small one will roll out with the big one, and vice versa. They will roll together because they have no choice, bro. How can you not understand that?
You're using Euclid's definition of a circle, not the modern definition. The modern
you could say you could.
The problem is you're using the wrong definition of the circle. That was Aristotle's problem at the time as well, obviously. He's using the wrong definition of a circle. I
mean, anyway.
Fucking sophist or what? It doesn't even make any sense what he's talking about. You're using the wrong definition. You're assuming that the internal parts of the circle are part of the circle, and therefore there's coming up with a conundrum that he can't work out. It has to be a trick. Hey,
you could say the big one's not going as far, and then the little one's going further, but they roll together.
Right.
So
it's
you
all-
say you
yes,
can't roll
yes.
the small one out. It still works the same, bro, because it's
But it
all
doesn't
that
go-
stopping point is part of the same radius.
It doesn't go the same distance, and you're doing
The big one's going to just go further because it's a bigger circle.
Okay,
But it's
so I
still going to
think-
have the same stopping point, bro.
No, it's
If they're connected,
it's
bro,
not-
what the
it's
fuck?
not- When you say stopping point,
We're saying you're not allowed to have the internal
Alright,
circle because you've got the external circle, and
so
you can only
Brian-
now have the circumference. That inner
Brian-
circle stops being there.
Yeah, well, Brian, when you say
In
stopping
modern,
point,
sorry,
do
in
you-
modern mathematics.
Yeah. Okay, Brian, when you say stopping point, do you mean one revolution of the wheel, or do you mean a distance of length from your?
Okay, how
starting
about
point?
this? If I've got
Can you answer my
a
question?
oh wait, well I'm gonna
I just
do
want you to
better than
clarify
that.
what you mean by the same distance.
I'm gonna do better than that. They're gonna have to.
can't answer the question.
They're gonna trace the same distance of a line if they're part of the same wheel, no matter what you do.
But they're not going to go the same
Because the
distance.
big one's gonna get drugged further, or the little one's gonna get. I mean, the little one's gonna get drugged further, or the big one's gonna get drugged shorter.
But notice the difference. The distances are different, even though you're going one complete rotation. So I think
Charles, let's have a bicycle rim with one
You should've-
spoke.
What
and-
you should have done,
and it-
Brian, is put this in a video and made Matt do it, right? And just
I did. Well, check this out. We have
directed
a
it straight
spoke.
to him.
Everybody,
But he's already.
everybody
You've given me
pick-
a video already.
listen. Everybody, picture this in your head. You got a bicycle wheel with just one spoke, and it comes from the center, and it's a radius, and it's pointing straight down. Okay, we're going to put a dot at the bottom of the circle, and we're going to put a dot halfway toward the center. Okay, them two dots. That's our starting point, right?
Yes.
Now we're gonna roll it out, and we're gonna trace the line. Okay. Now, no matter what, if we lower it down to the center circle and roll it out, then the big wheel's gonna just get drugged.
Does anybody know Weather Helm? Whoever that is. Because he's talking about Flirfs shouting down the opposing argument. What was the opposing
Yeah, I'm
argument?
here. I'm listening to Charles. Man. Charles is all right. You know, he's never been rude to me by any means. So, I mean, I was just like trying to. I think he was looking past the simplicity of my point, and that's why I shouldn't have cursed like that. But I didn't mean nothing offensive to Charles.
I'm pointing out somebody shouting down the opposing argument. What's the argument? Let's start off with that first. What's the argument?
Somehow the wheel develops a tick or some shit. Dude, I don't know. Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know what the opposing. What's the opposing argument? And who's shouting down what? So who has the argument, and then who has the opposing argument? Nobody knows, right? Don't just accept comments like that.
Yeah,
People are shouting down opposing arguments. There is no argument to start off with, apart from flat earth math that's trying to do a modern mathematics says that the points internal to the circumference aren't part of the circle. The new circle, the modern circle, only consists of the circumference, even though it goes against all of the foundations of mathematics within the axioms of mathematics. Flat earth maths going against that. So I don't know even whether he can actually form an argument for what he's talking about. I would go to say that there is no opposing argument to flat earth maths argument, because he doesn't have one. So, well done, Weather Helm. Thank you very much. You don't seem to know what the fuck we're talking about, but well done. Obviously, Blue Marble Scientist. Helping flat earth math. I don't know whether he sent you in here to help out. Blue Marble sent you in here to help out. There's no arguments going on here. Flat earth math is trying to separate the old circle of everybody knows about 2D from the circumference, and he wants to call a circumference a circle now. That's what this is about. Although it gets a bit hard for flat earth math to stick on point.
With the small wheel, or if we roll it out where it sits, then the small wheel is going to get drugged with the big wheel. Is that spoke, that one spoke is always going to go face down at 3.14, and they're going to be the same. They are trapped with each other. There's no
I would say next time, Brian, you want to use this. Just use the center point of the circle and the travel from the center of the circle along.
Yeah, that's an easier way to explain it, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm trying to get the simple point across to him, and he does catch it. But at first, he was acting like the line was gonna be a different length or something if we rolled it out on the smaller circle. Trying to disconnect, like you said, they're trying to disconnect the circle and make it just a circumference. So just this alone says it's all the same, in my opinion.
Yes, the circle is a pretty tricky thing to deal with mathematically, as expressed by a lot of things that they want to just get rid of. Maybe it's those problems, the complications that they have, the reason that they want to get rid of it.
Well, computers, from what I understand, computers won't and don't do circles. Like they just do smaller and smaller disco ball type of circles. I heard that computers are incapable of doing circles. They do like teeny straight lines. Like I don't know. You never heard nothing like that?
Yeah, you can't measure a curve. We've been saying it for ages.
Right.
Yeah.
Separating them. If they're part of the same wheel, they will have the same ending point.
Right.
So that line will measure the same.
By same. That was my question about a minute ago. What do you mean by same? Do you mean they are both going one revolution of the wheel?
Yes. What do you mean by same? He literally said that. He wanted the definition of part, said it wasn't within mathematics. Now he wants what do you mean by same?
I should have said that there's no mathematical definition for same.
Just
similar.
Equals. Equals.
Yeah, equals. Yeah.
In mathematics, for fuck's sake. That's
Or do you
exactly
mean
what he
going
means.
The same, or do
Yes.
you mean they're going the same distance?
Well, I thought I did better by drawing it out. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
You said I can't. You said I couldn't roll it on the smaller circle, but the bigger one's just going to roll right along with it, and they're both going to stop when that spoke is back face down at 3.14.
Okay, but my
The center of
was
the
on
circle moves the
distance
same distance.
versus
doesn't it?
rotation.
The
and you never
center,
answered that question.
the center, and the circumference
So I
move the
think what
same
you're meaning-
distance. Is what Brian's saying.
Yeah, but I think what you mean, Brian,
On
when
the
you said
Y.
the same, you mean one rotation, one revolution of the wheel.
Right,
In which case-
3.14.
Well, no, that's
Along the
pi.
Y. If
I'm
you'd
talking about
imagine, if
one
you'd imagine
revolution
the
of wheel.
picture, if Emma can put that GIF back up again, that circle that revolves. That's what he's talking about.
Right, but what he's
The one that
talking
you
about
said
is
to
having,
derive how they derive pi, which they don't actually derive pi like that. But you know that one that you
that's
were
the
trying to
informal definition.
look smart.
I mean, it's mathematically if you had a perfect circumference and a perfect diameter, which don't exist in the real world.
There you go. That one. That one.
right,
That's
but
the
it's the
circle he's
ratio.
talking about. Now he's saying that the center of the circle moves exactly the same distance as that revolution of the circumference.
Yeah. No, but the point I thought Brian was making.
So
is that
all
if
of
you
the
have,
points
like,
in
the hub-
between with the smaller circles also move exactly the same distance.
No, they actually don't because they trace a cycloid.
They have to, bro. There's no getting around. That's how we get gears,
They're
right, Bev?
tracing
That's
a cycloid.
If
you
the
could look up what
center
cycloid is.
of the circle and the
It's the center
circumference. What the fuck's he talking about?
He wants to pinpoint it down. He wants to try and get me to claim a number. You know how they do. And,
No,
so
what he wants to say is that the center of the circle, the small bit in the center, doesn't move the same as the circle. There's the
Good thing he don't.
circumference.
Good thing he ain't making our gears.
Yeah. It's a good thing he's not actually looking at the fucking thing and watching the wheel move. The center of the wheel moves exactly the same distance. I don't know what he's talking about.
If he tries to separate them in any other conversations, or if I hear anybody else, I'll bring up that simple point that you pretty much elegantly describe what I was trying to say. Basically, man, is the center is just from the center on out is all part of the same circle. There's no getting around it. It's going to roll out the same length.
I don't know whether you could use length. Same distance would move the same amount.
Yeah, distance.
Yeah.
Distance.
Friends, they're both the same. Travel the same distance.
No.
Yes, they do.
So because you're talking about two different things.
No, we're talking
about
the center.
We're
talking about the circle rolling, and so all of a sudden we're talking about two different things.
The center.
Yeah.
You're meaning exactly one point, one geometric point on the surface of this disc.
Travels the
when
same
you talk about the circumference,
distance. The same. He used the word disc then again. That's the second time he's used it, right? And somebody just reminded him to use disc more. Stop using circle.
I think somebody duked him, Bev. I think when he was younger, one of his buddies duked him and split the pizza in half, like circular, and gave him the inside half or something. Like he's thinking there's some difference. I don't. instead of slicing it like diameters or radiuses, they cut it and give him the small circle, and he's traumatized to this day. Maybe, I don't know.
It's his model affliction. The only reason he's doing this. Complete model affliction. Or, like I say, I think any time that any of the Blue Marble Sophists enter any of these rooms, what they do is they say, right, well, that person's going to say something. It doesn't matter what you say. They have to go against it.
Yeah, we got to be wrong.
I think this is one of these situations now where math is just sort of...
Yeah.
Just being like
I think they all got this. I think they all got the center half of the pizza, man.
We're talking about a set of points that goes around. So it's not 1 point anymore. All right.
Yeah, it's all of the points.
God's way of not letting you separate the circle, bro.
Yeah, it's all of the points. This is why we're trying to tell you math, right?
It doesn't.
All of that is part of the circle, and it all travels. It's a bit of a conundrum.
But they go different distances because they're doing a cycloid. The parts closer to the edge of the circle are tracing this wave pattern where they swoop up in the air and they swoop down. Like, just look at the position of that blue dot and just trace the position of that blue dot or that blue diamond on the screen, and you'll find that blue dot is like a wave pattern. It is traveling a different distance than that red segment.
See, he's lost it now.
Why do everything that they want to complicate, they put the suffix oid on it? They gotta oid it.
Is this okay?
Weather helm. We're not arguing about pi. There is no argument about pi. Pi's a constant. We know that. I don't know whether you've heard about the Blue Marble Sophists and spherical pi being 2.000, like Blue Marble says. Blue Marble, the YouTube fella. We're not talking about the point on the circumference. We're talking Wilhelm. Is it Wilhelm? Weatherhelm. Well done. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, we're not arguing about pi. We know pi isn't magic. It's just the ratio, circumference over the diameter. We know that. We also know it's a constant. We also know that it's not derived like flat earth math said by measuring the circumference of a wheel. So, yeah, we're not arguing it. We're just pointing out to a Blue Marble Sophist that he's talking shit. That's right, yeah. Talking about flat earth math, talking shit about something he should really know if he's a mathematics teacher. Talking about the center of the circle.
You
The
said any point on
center.
that circle.
The
He
center.
snatches us off the circumference, then he throws us right back on it, don't he?
The center of the circle.
Yes,
y-
is
I
the thing
totally-
that travels.
Right, but then,
And then
you said all
but
the
you
other
said,
points
can you remember
and
this
all the other
thing?
points,
Remember
all the other
this, that
points are
they
traveling
said that
cyclically.
they derived pi.
Okay, so the definition of pi is circumference divided by diameter, right, mathematically, and you can derive it a bunch of different crazy algebraic
So that's
ways.
the circumference, the one in the picture that's
Right.
shown that everybody
the red
can see.
line, the
Yeah.
red segment at the last frame is
Yes.
the circumference. That's the
Yes.
length of the circumference, and it traces out about 3.1.
So the diameter does have a definition, then, right?
Exactly the same distance
Yes.
as the diameter travels. The center of the circle travels exactly the
center of the
same
circle,
distance.
Yes, but none of the other
As the
points are doing
circumference.
that, right? None of the other points are traveling that distance.
So the diameter does matter, then. It does have a definition.
Oh, of course it does. And if you thought I said it didn't, then you misunderstood me.
Maybe.
But anyway, I think we're going.
He did. Because he said it wasn't part of the circle. Which is strange. For him to go back on.
Around in circles, because I think we ultimately.
Yeah, but that is a cool little
It is
topic.
It is a cool little puzzle, and that woman, that mathematician in that video, she's very, very good. I've seen a bunch of her stuff. She presents stuff in a very entertaining way and in a little bite-sized chunks. Yeah. So Brian, you said that you had a 5-minute series of questions that you were going to take me through.
Oh yeah, man, I got a good one, man.
All right.
These are good. Bev will probably like these, man. Some of them anyway.
Okay, we're done. I think we need to go through the Brian Leakey questions. You allowed him to become a school teacher when you were asking him questions. I think he enjoyed that, being part of the center of attention.
Yeah, I asked them the questions, man, because when I'm talking to them, like one day we'll get one answer and then another day we'll get another answer. So I've asked a bunch of them, like a series of questions. Some of them were just for fun, obviously, but then others were to pin them down so they quit changing their damn stories, because they do that a lot, man.
I don't think it's worth asking a sophist question, because they do change their mind. They change their ideas. They'll change on a whim. They'll change mid-sentence sometimes whenever they reach aporia. They'll backtrack and just change whatever they said to tell you that they didn't say whatever they said. I've heard it all. I don't think it's really worth asking sophists questions. I personally stopped doing it. Because you realise the moment you ask these guys questions, you put them in the position of authority. You give them the reason for them to answer. It's assumed that you don't know the answer. That's why you're asking the question.
Right. I see what you're saying.
So I've decided to stop asking questions and start just stating facts, stating things. And
yeah, but some people who've never heard, like if there's somebody new and you ask them, can they draw a square on the surface of Earth, and they have to say no. Like anybody who's in their right mind who's like new is going to be like, what? We can't draw a square. What the F are they talking about? You know, like we can't draw a level square on Earth. That goes against everything that most people stand for and live for.
I wouldn't even bother about drawing a square. I would just tell them they can't even have a square. The idea, the very concept of a square cannot exist to them. They have to blank it out of their mind.
Yeah, you broke it down. I mean, you broke it down to like advanced simplicity where You brought it past even that simplicity as having a square. Got it where they can't even have they can't even have
they can't even have a
perpendicular
circle.
bob.
The whole point of this particular video is going over the fact that they're struggling now with the circle. Triangles, they went. Squares, they've gone. Now the very circle, their monad, their god. It's having to change to form to fit their model. It is phenomenal when you think about what's actually going on within the sophistry, within this arena that we're in. It's fucking amazing. They're having to give up geometric shapes altogether. And all because they can't have a straight line. And they can't even talk about the fact that they can't have a straight line. It's that upsetting to them. Blue Marble Sophists, the only way they have of getting around any of this is to not talk about it and use sophistry to divert the issue, to try and invert it and turn it all on you. And the way they do that is by you asking them questions. You give them the authority. Who are the experts in this, and what is the expert? Where are the experts trained? And what exactly is it that you imagine that they're experts in? Maybe you might consider yourself an expert. An expert in what? Shape of the earth. Fucking ridiculous. Can you be an expert in the shape of the earth by knowing mathematics? Because it seems like anybody who attempts it has to give up squares and triangles, make new definitions for new geometries that haven't even been invented yet. Conceptually, they get invented in the minds of people whenever they try and perform imaginometry, which is what they have to do when they realise that Euclid doesn't help them. Euclidean geometry, or the geometry that everybody knows, squares and triangles and circles, it doesn't help them one little bit. In fact, it goes against helping them. Whenever they attempt to use geometry to help them provide them some answers, it fails.
They're trying to develop a new geometry that doesn't work in the real world with anything we do. It just works in their model, and they're trying to hold it as true, which is ridiculous because once again, that geometry doesn't work in the real world. Euclidean geometry is what we use in the real world, and they're so stuck in their model, dude. I see what you're saying. Like they're beyond model afflicted. Like
have you ever seen imaginometry, Brian?
I understand a lot of what they're saying, man, but it just doesn't make sense.
Have you ever actually seen imaginometry? It's got definitions and.
No.
You've never seen it?
I've never seen the definitions part of it. No. Can you post it?
Yeah, it's just Google imaginometry.
Like I know they like try and use like spherical trigonometry, which like Euclidean spherical trigonometry, and apply it to the outside of a circle, which is kind of ridiculous, you know. So they're trying to take something real and sneak in a little phase to try and make it part of their reality, and it's just not reality, you know.
Imaginometry. Search. Oh.
That's the actual term for it?
Yeah, it's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down. We could do with lifting that up a bit. There we go. I'll put it in the live chat for you.
Thank you, sir. I'm about to go eat dinner, and I think I'm going to watch that for entertainment.
It's not a watch. You have to read it.
Yeah, I'll read it. I'll read it while I'm eating dinner. But I appreciate you having me, Bev, man. And
okay. Imaginometry, the only fully formed, not Euclidean geometry with definitions, axioms, and postulates. You'll not find a better
it's got a definition.
Yeah,
is this what they go? Is this what they're applying? Like,
Yep.
Who named it imaginometry?
Me.
Okay.
I wrote it. Have you not wrote your own imaginometry yet?
No, dude. You just like piqued my interest. Like times, you just multiplied my interest times 50.
Not Euclidean geometry.
I've heard about it, but
I thought everybody writes their own not Euclidean geometry. I'll put it in the chat for anybody that wants to have a look in the a little website on the level.live. /imaginometry. It's the best not Euclidean geometry there is, especially the one with the function that Blue Marble scientists can use. I was hoping it might get people into Euclidean geometry, but hey, just a little bit of comedy. Well, comedy, but maybe real at the same time. Okay, thank you very much for watching. Tomorrow is going to be... I think we'll do another Trivium. Sophists. It'll be interesting. See who comes in. Okay.
See you guys later, man.
Buster, see you later. Thanks for watching. Join us tomorrow. Trivium night, hump day. Thank you, guys. Have a look at the imaginometry. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one here that will show the proof. I am the one here that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one here that will show the proof. Become the one here that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their mind. Become an agent of the Logos. Become an agent of the Logos. We are the agents of the Logos.